Check, check, check. All right. And welcome in to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. It's a doubleheader today at Roswell against Roswell High, and we are here. I'm Dawn Morgan with the first of a doubleheader today to get the district season underway. Now, Hobbs girls come into this one under Coach Crossland 6-8 on the season. They're coming off of a loss to Artesia. It was a non-district game, of course, in Artesia last Tuesday on a very, very windy day, and the ferocious winds did have an effect on that game. And I think there were several times in that game that Hobbs, it was to Hobbs' detriment, but they did lose 10-0 in a run rule game to the top team in the state. So no shame in that. But Hobbs, they've been hovering around 50-50 on the season, and they come into this one against Roswell High. And under Coach Maruo, Roswell High are 11-3 overall, and they're coming in off of a 19-12 win over Goddard last Tuesday in a non-district matchup. So Hobbs and Roswell High getting their district seasons underway with this pair of games today on a beautiful day. A little hot, a little bit of a breeze blowing from right to left. You can see the American flag out there in center field, pointing straight out toward the left. So that breeze, not too bad, about probably 10 to 15 miles an hour, and gusting a little stronger at times from right to left. Probably not going to have a lot of effect on the ball, but it will with some of the balls that get high enough in the air. It could the little gusts, and it could come in and play with that just a little bit. Shouldn't interfere with pitching or throwing or fielding at all. Just maybe effect on some of the balls high enough in the air. So we're just about to get this one started, and we'll have a break coming up as the teams have warmed up and they're waiting to take the field for the national anthem and the introduction of players. So we will take a break when that comes up, but I do want to run down your Hobbs roster and batting order. Batting first will be number 13, Kaya Boyle, playing second base. Batting second will be number 5, Mariah Jimenez, playing right field. Batting third will be number 1, Edith Chavez, playing center. Batting fourth will be number 16, Carissa Garcia, playing first base. Batting fifth will be number 15, Marissa Young, playing third base. Batting sixth is number 11, Yaraceli Medina, who is your designated player, batting only, not out in the field. Batting seventh is number 20, Maya Rodriguez, and she is the catcher. Also batting seventh is Cameron Harrison in left field. Batting ninth is number 10, Candace Harrison at shortstop. And your starting pitcher for Hobbs will be number 3, who is Kenzie Bennett. Yeah, my apologies there. I'm just cleaning up my book just a little bit. Was doing these really fast. I thought we wouldn't have enough time to get these into the books. But Kenzie Bennett is your starting pitcher, and she is your flex player, so she'll be pitching only and won't be batting unless things change during the game. The coaches are free to put in, affecting what's going on in the field. So, and on the bench for Hobbs, number 4, Allison Garcia, number 6, Angel Jimenez, number 9, Cami Bennett, number 15, Alexis Martinez, and number 17, Hannah Granillo. So that's your bench for Hobbs. And your players, I'll just tell you who's out in the field for Roswell, and then when we get to the batting order for them, I'll go through that for you. But your battery for Roswell High is going to be Morales pitching. That is Morales pitching, Marquez behind the plate, Tarin on first, Estrada on second, Aragon at short, Lucero at third base, and then Lucero in left field, obviously not the same girl, Esquivel in center, and Bustamante in right field. So we will take a break right now and come back, and I'll fill in the first names for your Roswell High players when it's time for them to come up to the bat. So we'll take a 2 or 3 minute break and be back with more Hobbs girls softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search dcnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and this is the first of a doubleheader here, getting district underway here in Roswell. Beautiful afternoon, lots of sunshine, really not a cloud in the sky that I can see as we're looking out. I talked a little bit about that light breeze, that wind from right to left across the field. But it is a perfect day for some softball, and the Hobbs girls come in knowing that really you start fresh when you start district. It's always good. Pre-district season is important, and they've had a pretty good one, 6-8 on the season. But it really all comes down to district and how well you do in district, and that's more important. But these games, of course, to get started, Hobbs really would like to win the pair, and it's going to be tough games because Roswell High comes in 11-3 overall, a better season record. But that, again, that doesn't mean anything when we start district. Everything is a little fresh. So Hobbs looking to get up there. They are very strong at the bat. They are very strong defensively in the field. And they will start Bennett on the mound today. When it's their turn to get out in the field, of course, they will come up to bat first. It's Boyle, your leadoff batter, followed by Jimenez on deck, Chavez in the hole, as Hobbs girls are ready. And Coach Crossland out of the dugout, and he'll be your third base coach. Marco Boyle, Anthony Boyle is going to be, he's one of the assistant coaches. He's going to be out in the first base coach's box. And the Roswell High girls have warmed up, and now I think they're calling for a little housekeeping in the circle, as they must have maybe some holes that they're filling in out there, maybe just behind the circle, and that is certainly can be a hazard. So they're getting out there. One of the Roswell High coaches is filling in. Looks like they're maybe filling in, trying to get that level very even out there. Make that safer, that little area behind the circle, the pitching circle. So we have a little bit of a delay here, and while we're doing that, I can go down and let you know when it's turn for Roswell High to come up to bat. Your leadoff batter will be number 1, Emily Esquivel, playing center. Batting second is number 15, Elena Tarin, playing first. And batting third will be number 11, Sarai Morales, your pitcher. Batting fourth is number 12, Jasmine Lucero, your third baseman. Batting fifth is number 5, Bella Ornelas, who is your designated player. Batting sixth is number 1, Emily Marquez, who is your catcher. Batting 7th is number 12, Yadira Aragon, who is playing shortstop. Batting 8th, number 4, Lauren Lucero, who is in left field. And batting 9th is number 2, Alexia Estrada, who is playing second base. And then number 9 is Myra Bustamante, who's playing right field, and she is your flex player for Roswell High. So I'm going to fill in. That's Lauren Lucero in left field and Jasmine Lucero at third base, which is interesting. I'll find out from someone up here in the booth who with Roswell if Jasmine and Lauren are sisters, which would be ironic, as they're playing. The sisters are playing at third base and left field, and then for Hobbs, Cameron and Candace Harrison are actually playing short and left field, so close, but over there on the left side of the field. So I think they're through getting all of that even. The head umpire behind the plate ump is satisfied, walking back as Roswell High girls getting into position, and Boyle is getting ready to come up, try to get something started for Hobbs. She is very capable of that. She's got a good eye. She's very capable of hitting, getting on base, but also drawing a walk. She's also can lay down a bunt. And once she's on base, very speedy. So there's a good reason why she is leading things off for Hobbs. So here we go. First pitch is going to be a call strike over the middle, and Kaya has a good look at Morales now. So 0-1 is the count here, top of the first. No outs, nobody on. 0-1 the count on Boyle. Oh, and that's going to miss outside. That looked like it got hung up in her hand. Was probably going to be a curve. Breaking ball outside. Got away from her just a bit. Evened up the count at 1-1. And that is going to be high and outside for ball number 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike now on Boyle. Leadoff batter for Hobbs. Looking to get something started for the Lady Eagles. And everybody, Roswell High girls, the Lady Coyotes are playing a little in. They're coming in on Boyle just a bit, and that is going to miss high and outside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count on Boyle. As the infield for Roswell High, knowing that Boyle's capable of laying down a bunt, coming in, and that's going to be ball 4. So ball 4 as Boyle takes a walk. First walk issued by Morales. So Roswell's faithful thought that was close enough for a strike. Not a big crowd yet here for, we have just about as many or maybe more Lady Eagle fans here with their black, and I can tell they're wearing black and gold umbrellas as Roswell, but it's an early game. After 5 o'clock, crowd maybe get a little bit stronger here, at least the home crowd. And Jimenez at the bat now. First pitch is in, and it's going to be a ball. So 1-0 is the count. And that should be that's a ball, okay. So the ump is, as long as he's consistent, this ump may have a very tight strike zone today, and that's not a problem as long as he's consistent with it. So 2 balls and no strikes, 2-0 count, no outs, 1 on. And that is going to be a call strike on the inside corner. So this ump apparently is going to call the inside corner, and 2-1 is the count. Chavez is on deck. Garcia is in the hole for Hobbs. There's a shows bunt, but pulls the bat back, and that's going to be outside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count now after Boyle on first drawing a walk. And no outs, 1 on. Top of the first. Hobbs needing to get more runners on, bring them around, and showing bunt, and she does, lays it down. Pitcher comes up, going to toss it over to first. So Morales to Tarin, and that is going to be one out. But it does move Boyle over to second, so a sack bunt for Jimenez. And that is going to bring up Chavez to the plate with one out, one on. Boyle in scoring position for Hobbs. So one out, one on. Chavez at the plate, Garcia on deck, Young in the hole. Hobbs just trying to get this started with a run across, and that is going to be a call strike over the plate, just a little bit outside, and kind of a bit of a slider moving to the right. And it was just above the knees. So 0-1 is the count now on Chavez. And a foul off to the right, out of play. That's going to be strike number 2. As Chavez got to be protecting the plate now and trying to move Boyle around and maybe in. 0-2 the count. One out, one on here, top of the first, just getting this first game of a doubleheader underway. Hobbs, the visiting team, against Roswell High, Lady Coyotes. And the pitch is going to be inside. Oh, and that was a call, strike 3. So he's got a generous inside corner call and a pretty strict outside one so far. But that was strikeout number 1 for Morales as Chavez goes down looking. But you know what? When you have 2 strikes on you, you got to be protecting the plate. If it looks like it's going to be close enough to get called a strike, you got to be swinging, even if it's just to spoil it off. So 2 outs. And that pitch is going to be just a little bit low. I think it came in over the plate, but must be low for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count, 2 outs now, top of the first. 1 runner on, that's Boyle out on second base. Drew a walk, sack bunt moved her over. And now Garcia at the plate, Young on deck, and Medina in the hole if Hobbs gets that far. They certainly want to, and that is going to be a call strike. So 1-1 is your call on Garcia. And these Lady Eagles, first time up, are looking at the pitcher, but they're also getting used to how the ump is going to call this game. So 1-1 the count. That's going to be outside and get away from Marquez, and that'll move Boyle over to third. So, and Marquez, I would call that a wild pitch. She got a handle on it, but it was up and away. So Boyle moves on the wild pitch. Now standing at third, 2 outs. Hobbs needs to continue their at-bat, maybe get a little 2-out rally going here. And that is going to be high, and that gets away from Marquez, but it bounces off the backstop. And at this field, there's not a lot of room behind home plate, and those balls are not going to go very far. It bounces back. Boyle scampers back safely to third. So 2-1 is the count now. 2-1 on Garcia. Plays first base for Hobbs. And that is going to be outside. Ooh, okay, I missed that's ball 4. That was a 3-1 count previously, so I'm sorry about that. So ball 4, and that is going to put Garcia on first. So runners at the corners for Hobbs. 2 outs, 2 on. Coming up is number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, left-handed batter. Hobbs does not want to strand these runners. Hobbs is a hitting team, but at times they don't have timely hitting and sometimes strand their runners. That's going to be a call strike, a beautiful pitch that hit the outside corner for strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Young. She's got to look at it now. 2 outs, runners at first and third. Boyle on third, Garcia on first. That is going to be a call strike on the inside corner. So 0-2 now on Young. The pressure is on now. Has 2 on, 2 outs, 0-2 the count. And Young's got to be swinging the bat at anything close. And that is going to be high. She flinched and let that one go. So ball 1. Of course, Morales has a couple of strikes to give. She probably offered that little off-speed high pitch up there, offering to see if she might chase. Did not. This one, a fastball, is going to be low, and that is going to even the count 2-2. So 2 outs, 2 on, 2-2 the count here. Top of the first inning. Hobbs looking to move those runners in. Hobbs the Eagle, and there's a high fly ball headed out to center field, but coming up under it is going to be Esquivel, and she makes the catch and hangs on to it. I tell you what, that was a great hit. Young gave it a ride, but a long fly out to center field does strand those 2 runners, so no runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning, scoreless, with the Lady Coyotes coming up to bat. We'll be back for more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
This comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs YouTube and Hobbs Sports YouTube, that is, and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the top of the first inning, Hobbs had no runs on no hits and no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the second, and top of the order, of course, for Roswell High, as the Lady Coyotes are going to try to put some scores on the board. Hobbs did not manage that, and they're probably going to regret leaving a couple of runners on base when they had a chance to get on the board against a team like Roswell High. You want to take every opportunity to get those runners in. So, but if Hobbs can be tight in the field, and they're a pretty tight defensive team, they just need to work their magic out in the field, try to be as efficient as possible, try to keep Roswell from scoring, then get back in the dugout and see if they can get their bats going and get a run or 2 on. So it is Bennett in the circle and Rodriguez behind the plate. And number 1, Esquivel up to the bat. And the first pitch is going to be low and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. Esquivel, left-handed batter, plays center field, just made that out. And a swing and a piece of that goes back to the backstop. So 1-1 the count now on Esquivel. Tarin is on deck and Morales is in the hole. All right, and that is going to be outside for ball number 2. So 2-1 is the count now. 2-1 on Esquivel. Esquivel denied Young a hit and a chance to get some runs over. 2-1, yes. There's a swing and a miss, a healthy swing at that. 2-2 is the count now. Evens that up on Esquivel as Bennett brought a little heat and sent that over the outside corner. But, Young gave that ball quite a ride, but that was a great catch by Esquivel. Fighting the sun, moved back behind her to catch it overhead and hang on to it. And she gives it a ride into center field. Coming up under it is going to be Chavez, and makes the grab. So after the fly out to Esquivel, Esquivel hits her own fly out to center field for the first out. Gave it a ride, and the wind may be hanging that ball just up slightly, but not a big factor today so far. Tarin, your first baseman, coming up to the plate. She also a left-handed batter. So if I get my Poor bug back. It's just being a little stubborn. 1 out, nobody on. And the first pitch, a strike. 0-1 the count on Tarin. Good pitch, and Tarin just catches the end of it off the end of her bat, fouls it back out of play off to the left. So 0-2 the count now. As Bennett in front of this batter. 0-2, 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the first inning here in Roswell. The start of the district season for both of these teams. And it will be fast and furious over the next 3 weeks. That's going to miss outside for ball 1. No harm. Bennett's got a couple of balls to give before she is no longer in front of this batter. 1-2 the count. And that's going to miss outside as well. Going to even things up 2-2. It's looking like Bennett when she's trying to bring a little more heat. That ball is still missing the zone part of the time. So as she gets warmed up during this game, she may be bringing that back in over the plate. That's going to miss outside as well. So 3-2 the count. Got full count. So I think this is the first. No, there was one other full count in the Hobbs at bat. Tarin with the full count, and that is going to miss outside for a walk. So first walk issued by Bennett puts Tarin on first base. Morales, the pitcher, coming up to the plate. Lucero on deck, and Ornelas in the hole. And Morales, right-handed batter. I hear our Roswell announcer saying she's batting .500. And that's going to miss for ball 1. So 1 out, 1 on. And a 1-0 count on Morales. She flinched, and it's going to be a little low for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. And I understand that Morales has 6 home runs so far this season. So, and the Hobbs fielders giving her some respect. They're playing fairly deep. And that ball, yes, it hits the outside corner for a call, strike 1. 2-1 the count on Morales. 1 out, 1 on. A runner on first for Roswell High. Oh, inside as Morales has to do a little river dance to stay out of the way. That's going to be ball 3. 3-1 now the count. With Tarin on first. This pitch hit, and that's going to be a fair ball. It's going to bounce over just inside in the, are they calling that foul? Wow. Okay. I really thought that was fair. I thought it was fair when it passed third base, but I guess the ump saw it differently down there. So that's why we're up here and they're down there. So they're going to call that a foul, and that's going to even up the count. 3-2 on Sarai Morales. A good pitch, and that is going to be a ground ball, knocked down by Young at third. A throw over is good and in time, but that will move Tarin over to second in scoring position, but score that 5-3 in the books. A nice knockdown and a good throw by Harrison over there for the second out. That's going to bring up Lucero, third baseman, for the Lady Coyotes. 2 outs, 1 on. Tarin sitting on second. Ornelas on deck. Marquez in the hole if they get that far, and Hobbs would like to make sure they don't get that far, and that clips the outside corner for call, strike 1. So 2 outs. All right, 0-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. 0-1 the count. And that is going to miss for ball 1. So 1-1 the count. Counts even on Lucero with Tarin on second base. Reached on a walk, moved over on Morales' ground out. Now Lucero, the cleanup hitter, takes a look at that and just a little outside for ball 2. So 2-1 now. The count 2-1 on Jasmine Lucero in that batting fourth in that cleanup position on purpose. And Hobbs giving her some respect. Oh, and that is going to just miss the outside corner as well. So 3-1 the count, as Bennett taking a little speed off of that, painting the outside corner, but missing that just a bit. Rodriguez framed that up to try to convince the ump to call that a strike. He didn't go for it. And there's a hit. That's going to be a hit out in between left and center field to the wall. Going out is Jimenez and throws it in. Nice play off the wall. Good throw into second base, but it does score Tarin from second. So that's going to be an RBI double for Lucero and put her on second in scoring position and bring up Ornelas, your designated player, to the plate. And Crossland, don't know. Are we going to have a pitching change already? Crossland out talking to the ump. We will see. It's Coach Crossland talking to the umpire, and it looks like he's writing something down. So Crossland may be changing out the pitchers. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe he's, I don't know. Now the head ump is going out to tell, I think it's, it's all it could be as far as I know, but we'll see. Coach Crossland's still there unless he has lodged a complaint about something. Are they saying that, wow, okay, the run doesn't count, and did somebody leave the base too early? Maybe could be out of, yeah. No, as long as we know, yeah. So the run doesn't count. It could be a number of things, and we're not really sure. It could be batting out of order. It could be the runner left second base too early. I don't know. But they're going to take the run off, and they're going to call third. They're going to call it out, and that means that Ornelas should be, Ornelas coming up to the plate when we're through. But for whatever the reason, take the run off. And, no, they're saying the run stands. I guess so it's going to be 1-0. It says one. It's just So it's just an out. They are going to leave the run on, and I'm just keeping this here on purpose. They're leaving the run on, but they're calling that third out, and they're going to say yes. So it will still be 1-0, but so 1 run on one hit. Although if they're calling Lucero out, I think it's an RBI. It's an RBI double. So I think that hit is a question mark. No errors, and nobody left on base. So that's how we're going to do that. 4 up and 3 out, and that is going to bring up top of the second inning. So let me go ahead and get my scorebook caught up as well. And just a little confusion. Interesting, but it went Hobbs' way, whatever that problem was, and we'll try to chase that down definitively. But it was for sure to the benefit of Hobbs. Coach Crossland noticing that. Maybe she missed the plate. Okay. 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 So it's all about the number, I guess, the jersey number of the girl, the number on her uniform, the number that was on the roster or on the batting lineup. And there was a difference there. And when Crossland challenged that, apparently the umpire said that he was right and called that third out. And they did count the run, though. So the score is 1-0 here as we are in the top of the second inning now. So very, very confusing as nobody really knew exactly what was going on. But I hear from the Roswell announcer, who is very familiar with the Roswell High team. And so now I'll take care of my book, but it is going to be top of the second inning, and for Hobbs, they'll carry on with the heart of the order. It's going to be 6, 7, and 8 coming up with Yaraceli Medina, your designated player, up first, Rodriguez, your catcher, up second, and Cameron Harrison, your left fielder, up third. So Medina coming up, Rodriguez on deck, Harrison in the hole. Hobbs left 2 on base last time, and they need to get runners on, but they need to move them around this time and try to, okay, so they are not counting that. They have decided they are not counting that run. So it will be no runs on no hits because there's no RBI allowed, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on, there will be 1 left on base. So no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base, that as we correct from the information coming up to us from the umpires. So 1-1 is your count on Medina now. So you're take that run away from the Lady Coyotes, and so we are scoreless here. You see all kinds of funny things happen, and that's an interesting one. And this pitch is swung on, a little tip, fouled but caught. So it's 1-2 the count. Got a little piece of that maybe. 1-2 on Medina. First batter up for Hobbs. And that's going to be outside. A miss 2-2 now. That'll even things up. This is Medina's first plate appearance, as there were 5 batters. The first 5 batters were up to the plate in the first at-bat for Hobbs. So she went, yeah. And that was a bit high, but Medina offered, and he put his hand up as he's saying strike. Nope, he's saying a ball, I guess. So he's a ball. 3-2. 3-2, full count. As apparently Medina did not go all the way around, not even halfway. And the swing and a miss. So swing and a miss, strikeout. That's strikeout number 2, but Medina goes down swinging for out number 1. Rodriguez, your catcher, coming up to the plate. That'll be Cameron Harrison on deck, and Candace Harrison, your shortstop, in the hole. So 1 out, nobody on. Top of the second inning here, scoreless. In the first of what is a doubleheader. Rodriguez batting from the left, looks at the first one, high and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. As if there's any question, I would imagine, by Roswell High about that call and the ump, and that's going to be fouled back out of play over to our left for strike number 1. So that was a ball. 2-1 the count. 2-1 the count on Rodriguez. That is going to be in the dirt and outside for ball number 3. So 3-1 the count now. Hobbs needing base runners. Rodriguez, one of the bigger sticks for Hobbs. But can work the walk. Hobbs needs a base runner any way they can get him. And Rodriguez, being a catcher, if she gets on base, she'll have a courtesy runner for her. A little bit of a pause in the play. and that's going to be outside in the dirt, and that is a walk. So, third walk issued by Morales. She struck out 2. Rodriguez on first, but courtesy runner will come in. That's going to be number 9, Cammie Bennett. So Cammie will run for Rodriguez. So still 1 out, 1 on. Top of the second now. First pitch is going to be low inside in the dirt, and Cammie Bennett steals second, slides in, and the throw is a little high and late. So Bennett steals second base, now in scoring position for Hobbs. And the first pitch was a ball, so 1-0 the count now on Harrison, Cameron Harrison, batting .391 on this season. Ooh, that's going to be a hit, as it's going to be into shallow right between center and right, and that is going to score. Yes, as Bennett comes in from second base, and Harrison's got an RBI single. So an RBI single, a nicely hit ball, really solid. No way that anybody could have drifted back or come in, as that was a hit between left and center and over the head of Estrada at second. So nice RBI single puts Harrison at first, gives Hobbs 1 run, and now they're leading this 1-0. Candace Harrison up to the plate. First pitch is in, and it's a ball outside for ball 1. So still just 1 out. 1 runner on now. That's Bennett after batting Bennett in. And Candace Harrison playing shortstop for Hobbs. And there's a pitch. It's going to be a little low. And Harrison takes second. So a stolen base. No throw this time. Well, yes, there was a throw, but it was late. So Harrison stealing second and now in scoring position for Hobbs. And 2-0 is the count on the batter now. That was Cammie Bennett who scored. And that's going to be a hit out in deep center field, and goes to the wall as Esquivel makes the play, throws it in, but it's going to be an RBI double for Harrison. So nice RBI double gives Hobbs 2 runs now, as Cameron Harrison comes in on Candace Harrison's double, 1 RBI double, and that's going to bring up the top of the order again for Hobbs. Number 13, Kaya Boyle up to the plate. It's her second plate appearance. She walked and got stranded her first time up. So still 1 out. 1 out, 1 on. And, tell you what, Harrison out there to try to steal third, but she does not. Marquez threatens to throw. So Harrison returns to the base. And that was a ball. First pitch on Boyle, and that's going to be high for ball number 2. So 2-0 on Boyle. 1 out, 1 on. That is Harrison out on second base. Hobbs in the lead in this one, 2-0. Boyle looks at the third, and it comes in inside for ball number 3. So 3-0 the count. You got to think that Boyle, the take sign will be on for Boyle. Boyle at the plate, Harrison on second. Oh, yeah, as Morales hits the zone when she has to there for ball number 1. 3-1 the count. It's a beautiful pitch. Take sign was on, though. Boyle watched it go by and now has a 3-1 count and a chance to move Harrison around or in. Oh, and that's going to be inside. I think that hit her. and it was going to be a ball anyway. So hit by pitch. She takes first base. So now Boyle on first, Harrison on second. There's just the one out as Marquez wants to have a little bit of a talk with Morales out at the mound, or out at the circle, I should say. So still one out. Hobbs with a golden opportunity here to continue to bring those runners around, bring them around and in. They're leading this one 2-0 here. Let's see. And Morales looks at the first pitch inside. Nice fastball hits the inside corner as Morales. 0-1 count now on Jimenez. Mariah Jimenez, your right fielder. Second, Mariah Jimenez is number 5. She's batting second. So that's Jimenez with and safe, as that ball took a long time to develop to get to Aragon, and by the time she got it, really there was no play because Jimenez was just an infield single, no error. She just held on to the ball, no way to play. So bases are loaded now as Harrison's on third, Boyle's on second. That was Jimenez with the infield single. Now bases are loaded with one out. The good news for Hobbs is that there's just one out, and they're leading 2-0. But the bad news is for Hobbs that there's a force on any base, and anything on the ground in the infield is a possible double play. So Chavez at the bat now. Number 1, Edith Chavez, playing center field. Hits the first one, gets the tip of it just off the end of her bat for strike 1 as she fouls that off to the right. All right. Carissa Garcia. That's Jimenez. No, Jimenez is a second hitter. Yeah. And that ball comes in as strike, 0-1. Boyle is at second base, yes, sir. And Harrison's on third. And Chavez at the plate. And it is going to be low for ball number 1. So evens up the count, 1-1. One out. Bases are loaded. Hobbs with a golden opportunity here to increase their lead. They're up 2-0 here at the top of the second inning in the first of a doubleheader in Roswell. And that is going to be outside, a wild pitch, and there is a play at the plate, but he says safe. So Harrison slides in under the tag after the wild pitch, and that's going to score 1. So Harrison comes in on a wild pitch, makes it 3-0 now. 3-0. Sorry, that scorebook has been stuck. It wouldn't let me do anything on the runs for home or away. So, but now it is okay. 3-0 the score. Hobbs leading this one here in the top of the second. And all the runners moved around. Chavez still at the plate with a 2-2 count now. So 2-2 on her, 1 out. Runners on second and third. The pitch comes in, and that is going to be high for ball 4. I had that as just 2-1, but I guess that was at 3-1. Sorry, I was busy trying to get my scorebook. So a walk puts Chavez on, and that's going to load the bases again. And that is the 4th walk that's issued by Morales this afternoon. So Carissa Garcia is at the plate, number 16. That should be Carissa Garcia. Cleanup hitter, batting 4th for Hobbs. Oh, and that comes in. Call strike as a beautiful pitch as Morales took a little speed off of that. Call strike 1. 0-1 the count. Bases are loaded. 1 out, 3 runs across for Hobbs so far in this at bat. That is Chavez on first, Jimenez on second, Boyle on third, and Carissa Garcia is at the plate. 1-1 the count on her now. And Garcia watches that one as outside, and Marquez has to come up and grab that one, keep that from getting away from her. That could have been another score for Hobbs. So 2-1 is the count now. 2 balls, 1 strike on Garcia. Just 1 out, bases loaded. And your cleanup hitter for Hobbs at the plate. That is going to be outside for ball number 3. So 3-1 the count as Morales running into just a little bit of a trouble here. And that is going to be outside for ball 4, and that's another walk, and that's going to walk one in. So that's actually an RB high walk. And Boyle will cross the plate for Hobbs. Number 13 is Boyle, the leadoff hitter. And that's going to move Jimenez over to third. Chavez goes to second, and Garcia on first. So base is still loaded, still 1 out. And Hobbs now up in this one 4-0. And Young at the plate. Young is your third baseman. Bats from the left side of the plate, and the ball comes in. It's going to be high for ball 1. 1-0 the count. And that's going to be a call. Strike on the inside corner as Morales found the zone and how. A lot of speed, a lot of pop in the glove on that. 1-1 is the count. So Young now. She had a long fly out to center field her first time up at the plate. She's 0 for 1. She knows how to give it a ride, and that's going to be outside and get in the dirt, get away from Marquez, and that's going to score 1. And that's a pass ball. That's not a wild pitch. That's going to be a pass ball as well, okay, so we have a difference of opinion up here in this. It was in the dirt. Marquez knocked it. She got a glove on it, but it was a dirt pitch. So either pass ball or wild pitch. I think the other scorekeeper is going to give it a wild pitch. Ooh, and that is going to be high for ball 3. So 3-1 the count. And now Hobbs is in the lead 5-0 here, as this is threatening to be one of those runaway at bats, and Hobbs will take it for sure. And that is going to run the count full now. So 3-2 is your count. Still 1 out. Runners at second and third now for Hobbs as and there's a swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strikeout. So Morales brings it back and scores another strikeout. Now 2 outs. Runners on second and third, and that's going to bring up Medina back up to the plate, her second plate appearance as Hobbs has batted around now. And Medina is going to swing and catch a piece of that and foul it back to the screen. So 0-1. So 0-1 is the count with 2 outs now. 5-0 your score here as the Lady Eagles want to continue this at bat. They've batted around, and that pitch comes in low for ball number 1. So 1-1 is the count, evens up the count here. The 2 outs in this at bat for Hobbs have both been strikeouts, but there also have been 3 walks, and one of the runs scored was a walk-in. And 1 wild pitch, one pass ball. So 2-1 is your count. 2 balls, 1 strike on Young. Or Medina, rather. After the Medina actually struck out her last time at bat. She was the leadoff. Okay, so consensus up here is that that was what I was calling a pass ball. The consensus is I'm outvoted, and I'll go with that. So I see the reasoning for calling it a pass ball, as it was in the dirt in a difficult one. Even though Marquez got behind it, got a glove on it, still it was a wild pitch. And that was a walk. So it loads him back up. Another walk, and that's going to be the fifth walk as Medina takes the base, loads him back up, and brings up Rodriguez, the catcher. She walked, and her courtesy runner Bennett ended up crossing, stealing a base, and then getting batted in. That is going to be outside for second ball. 2-0 the count now. 2-0, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Top of the second. Hobbs would like to just continue, just keep the line moving here. Roswell would very much like to get the third out and get back to the dugout. This has been a very long at-bat for Hobbs and a costly one for Roswell High. Oh, and a change up floats over the center of the plate as Rodriguez lets that one go. Sometimes when you know it's a change up, and if you're sitting fastball, sometimes all you can do is just let it go if you know that you're going to be so far in front of it and not hit it anyway. And that could be the case because that was a real changeup. Brings the heat back but misses the outside corner on that one. So 3-1 the count now. 3-1 on Rodriguez. Rodriguez the catcher for Hobbs. Bats from the left. Catchers generally pretty good hitters in softball and baseball because their job is to watch the ball, follow the ball, watch the ball, make some good hitters. Oh, and a foul out of play over to the left. Gave it a ride off the end of her bat. So 3-2. Full count on Rodriguez now. And that's going to be a walk, ball 4, and that's going to walk one in as Chavez comes in from third. And Garcia moves to third. Medina moves to second, and Rodriguez on first. There will be a courtesy runner, and again, it will be Bennett, Cammie Bennett, who comes into courtesy run for Rodriguez, the catcher. So 2 outs. Bases loaded. Cameron Harrison coming up to the plate. She had an RBI single and crossed the plate for Hobbs her first time up. It's her second plate appearance earlier in this at-bat. That's going to be call, strike one. Harrison lets that go, thinking that was inside. This ump does call that inside corner generously, so Hobbs has to be ready for that and make the adjustment either with their bat or step back a bit. They're going to have to start swinging at that. And that's going to fall in. The shortstop takes it. Aragon makes a bad throw to Tarin at first. And all she needed to do was make a good throw on that because she knocked it down in time. So that's going to be an E6. Harrison reaches on the E6. So Harrison will be on first, and that's going to score 2. As Garcia comes across, Medina comes across. Rodriguez, or actually the courtesy runner Bennett, moves over to third. So score 2 more, makes it 7-0. And number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop, coming up to plate for Hobbs. And that's going to be high. A throw down to second to get the runner Harrison, actually Bennett. All right. So Bennett is on third, and Harrison now is on second. Still in base. Beating that throw. And Candace Harrison had an RBI double her first time up. And there's a sharply hit ball. Is it going to be fair or foul? They're going to call that foul. So that's going to be 1-1. We had a ball a bit like that one earlier in the game, and it was called foul as well. Ooh, and that's going to be a change-up, going to hang up just a little bit high as Morales took some speed off of that and offered that one up. And Harrison did not swing. 2-1 the count. 2-1 the count with runners on second and third. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. That's going to miss outside. So that's going to run the count 3-1. 3-1. Three and one the count. And that's going to miss. Is it going to be low and inside? 2 strikes, okay. So 3-2 now. The count is 3-2. Full count, 2 outs. Runners on second and third. And a swing and caught a piece of it. Fouls it off. Staying alive. So Harrison stays alive at the bat. 2 outs. Full count. As you know, one of the problems of inconsistent calling at the plate is that as a pitcher you don't know what to expect. As a batter you don't know what to expect. You don't know what to hit and swing at and what to protect. And that's going to miss high for another walk. That's going to be the 6th walk issued. And that's going to fill the bases back up. 2 outs, 2. Okay, and it looks like we may have a pitching change now. So here in the top of the second inning, as bases are loaded again, Harrison working the walk. Top of the order for Hobbs coming back up as Boyle will come to the plate. Coach is talking with Morales out there. I don't know that he's going to change anything. He's talking to her. And we're just keeping it right here, since if they change pitchers and she takes some warm-up, we'll take a timeout then, but not sure exactly what the coach is going to do in this timeout. If he changes the pitcher, she'll be entitled to some warm-up pitches. But it's a long conversation. Of course, this is the first of a doubleheader for Roswell High, and it looks like they're going to leave Morales in. Looks like her teammates are giving her pats and just saying, hey, just one more out. And that may be the deciding factor here. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. There is a force on any base. If Hobbs leadoff batter Boyle is able to keep it in the field, Roswell is going to hope that they can just get the force out on any base. Boyle's going to try to rip one, and she does. She hits at the first pitch, fouls it off, out of play, off to the right for strike number 1. So Hobbs is batted around. They've batted 1.5 times here in this top of the second inning. Controversial call about a girl about having two number 12s in line. Oh, that's going to be a wild pitch outside, but again, that came off of the backstop, and Marquez was able to make a play on it and keeps all the runners on. So it's simply going to be ball number 1. So 1-1 the count now. 1-1 the count on Boyle. As Roswell High just wanting to get out of this inning, and that's going to be outside for ball 2. So if you're Morales, you have to pretend like it's a 3-0 count. You got to pretend like it's a 3-0 count, find the zone, throw the strike, and then trust your fielders behind you. But what Roswell High really needs right now, just find the zone, throw the strike. And that's going to be high and bounce off of the backstop right back to Marquez. All the runners stay on. That's going to be 3-1 now. So 3-1 the count on Boyle. 3-1 as Morales just needs to throw the strike. And Boyle going to try to do her best with that strike. Put that ball into play. And it's outside. It's going to miss, so that's another walk. So Boyle takes the walk, and that's an RBI walk. And that's going to bring Rodriguez in, or actually the courtesy runner for Rodriguez. So Bennett comes across the plate, moves Harrison around to third, Harrison on second, Boyle on first, 2 outs, and Jimenez up to the plate. So Jimenez last time up had an infield single and crossed the plate, had a sac bunt her first time up, and that is apparently a ball. So 1-0 the count. So I guess that was a little high and a little outside. And that's strike, so call strike, evens up the count 1-1. As Hobbs has scored 4, 5, 6, 7. All 9 of their runs have come in this at-bat here in the top of the second. And that's going to miss high and outside for ball number 2. As Morales, again, just needs to throw strikes, find the zone. Jimenez hoping to take one of those strikes, put it into play. 2-1 the count. 9-0 is your score here. And a swing and a foul back out of play for strike 2. That evens up the count, 2-2. Here we are, top of the second, 2 outs. Bases are loaded, 2-2 the count. So Jimenez taking a look at this pitch, and it's going to be, she does foul that one back into the stands. Well, just to the right of the stands. I thought it was headed there. So count remains 2-2 as Jimenez hanging tough at the bat. She's got to swing at anything close enough to be called a strike. Protect the plate. To nothing the score here in this first of a doubleheader in Roswell. Swing and another foul back, straight back. It's going to hit our booth, come close. So count remains 2-2 as Jimenez hanging tough at the plate. Your right fielder for Hobbs. And bases loaded. 3 walks, 4 of these 9 have been walk-ins. And that comes in. That's going to be a ball. So that is going to run the count full, 3-2. So 3-2 the count. 2 outs. 9-0 your score. Jimenez at the plate. The full count on her. Swing and a high fly ball headed to center. Coming in on it is Esquivel, but it falls in front of her, and she throws it over to third base. But two runs will score on that. Beautifully hit ball, and Esquivel playing deep enough that she ran in on it but could not catch it. So a 2 RBI double. 2 RBI double. So thinking it's a single, and then she came in on the throw. All right, so it's an RBI. I'm going to say that that's true. RBI single, and Jimenez moved over to second on the throw into third base. And I think that's fair. So Boyle is sitting over there on third. Jimenez on second. And your score is 11-0 now. And it is Chavez at the plate, your center fielder for Hobbs. That's going to come in high and outside for ball 2. So 2-0 is the count on Chavez now. Jimenez with that RBI single moved over to second on the throw over to third. That throw did keep Boyle on at third. That's going to be outside, so 3 straight balls. As first base is open, so a walk does not hurt anything immediately. That is Garcia on deck and Young in the hole, and that is going to be the 4th ball across. And that is going to load the bases up again for Hobbs. So the bases are loaded. Carissa Garcia, cleanup hitter, up to the plate. Your first baseman for Hobbs. Walked and scored her last time up. Walked and got stranded her first time at bat. So 2 outs, and the first pitch is going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-0 is the count now on Garcia. Very capable of hitting it over the fence. She would love to hit a grand slam homer, and that is going to be, it's a peel down, and did she go? A strike, yes, 1-1. I think she broke the plane too. I definitely think she's snapped that wrist. 1-1 the count on Garcia. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the second. And that's going to be outside for ball 2. She is snapping that wrist just a little too much on the curves. And they are missing the corner by about a foot or so. So 2-1 the count. And that pitch may be a call strike. Nope, just off the corner. As that is going to make it a 3-1 count. 3-1. And a swing and a foul off to the right over toward the dugout. That's going to bring the count full now, as Garcia gave it kind of a half-hearted swing and decided a little too late to get around on that. So full count now on Garcia, cleanup hitter for Hobbs. So she's due. She's had 2 walks in this game, and she is capable of launching it if she gets the pitch to work with. And that's going to be ball number 4. So Garcia walks another one in. And all right, so the walk is going to move everybody around. It's loading the bases again for Hobbs. Young coming up to the plate. Young struck out her last time, flew out to center field her first time up, so she's 0 for 2 and due. And that's going to be high and inside for ball 1 on Young. So 1-0 the count, 2 outs, bases loaded, and 12-0 is your score. That's going to be outside for ball number 2. So 2-0 is the count. Two and 0 the count, and Young at the plate. And that's going to be high for ball 3, 3-0. And the damage could have been worse as Garcia walked. That's going to hit the inside corner for strike 1, so the take was on, and Morales hit the zone, 3-1. That's going to be a call strike 2 on the inside corner, so 3-2 now, as Morales finding the zone. And that is going to be hit, a well-hit ball. That's going to hit between left and center, kind of shallow left field, and that is going to score 2. So Jimenez and Chavez come in for Hobbs. 14-0 your score. Still 2 outs, 2 on, as Garcia moves over to second, and that's going to be a 2 RBI single for Young. So runners at first and second, and that ball is going to miss outside. on Medina. This is her third time at the plate this at bat. So Medina outside for ball one. Or ball two, rather. 2-0 the count. Sorry about that. 2-0 the count. As Roswell struggling, and they just need to find a way to get that third out, but Hobbs will just keep the line moving as long as they can. That is going to be ball three. And with this being the first of a doubleheader, I just got to think that whoever the backup pitcher is or second pitcher is for Roswell High is that the thinking is that they just want that pitcher to go to start fresh and go the distance and hope that Roswell can get that win, as the walk is going to load the bases. So Medina takes the walk, loads the bases. Garcia moves to third. Young moves to second. Rodriguez is up to the plate. Rodriguez. Now the home plate ump is at the. He's walked over to the dugout to talk, I guess, with the Roswell coach, as this is Medina's third time at the plate and third time at bat in this top of the second inning. So very unusual game that we have going on here. Very interesting game. That first inning, first at bat for both teams, fairly efficient, and there was no score. And then there was a really, I guess, something that changed. I guess it got into the Roswell girls' heads. It changed. There was a call that brought a run, that took the run off the board for Roswell and gave them the third out. Okay, I'm going to take a timeout. Somebody's asking me something, and I can't do three things and also answer questions, so I'm going to go ahead and play a spot.
The team of Hobbs Rental Valve Services is proud to support the Eagles in sports and academics. Hobbs Rental provides competitive valve services, relief valve, vent valve, and thief hatch maintenance. BR certified and ISN approved. When you need the job done right the first time, call Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 393-3085, 393-3085. Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 814 West Marland, is a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Go Eagles!
All right, back here at Roswell High, as the umpire is still talking with the Roswell coaches. He's over there and in front of the Roswell dugout. Now one of the Roswell assistant coaches is going out to talk to the girls. Roswell infield in the pitcher's circle. And we have still just 2 outs. And bases are loaded here. 2 outs, bases loaded, as the pitcher has struggled and has been walking runs in. And then Hobbs has also had, some hits. They've had a couple of hits in this inning. They've had 1 reach on an error and then 2 actual hits, and the rest have been walks. 1, 2, 2 hits, an RBI single, an RBI single, 2 RBI single, an RBI single, and 1, 2, 3, oh my goodness, an infield single. So we've had actually 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 reach on an error, and the rest have been either hit by pitch or walks. And there have been 2 strikeouts. The 2 outs in this at bat for Hobbs have been strikeouts for Morales. All right, now we're all back ready to play. We're back ready to play. And the first pitch is going to be in and outside on Maya Rodriguez, your catcher. So bases loaded up again. Garcia on third, Young on second, Medina on first. Rodriguez at the plate, 2 outs. Top of the second inning, and it's 14-0, Hobbs. And that is going to come in a call strike. So 1-1 is the count now. 1-1 the count. And a swing and a miss for strike number 2. So 1-2 the count now on Rodriguez, your catcher. One of Hobbs' big bats, certainly capable of big hits. And there's going to be a high fly ball in foul territory. And coming in, Lauren Lucero in left field, and then Jasmine Lucero from third, both chasing, trying to get it, but neither had time. And that just becomes another, that just keeps the count at 1-2. So it becomes a long strike as Rodriguez protecting the plate now with 2 strikes on her. And that one's going to be high for ball 2. So 2-2 the count. Here we are, top of the second, 2 outs, bases loaded, 2-2 the count on Rodriguez, who plays position 2 for Hobbs. And there is, a line drive is caught and then dropped, caught by Jasmine Lucero on third. So, and that went right to Jasmine. She puts her glove up and catches it, but then drops it. So an E5 is going to score 1. That'll be score Garcia from third, moves Young to third, Medina to second, and Amaya Rodriguez reaches on an E5. So bases are loaded. Now Hobbs is 15-0. 15-0 your score, and Cameron Harrison, your left fielder, up to the plate. That's going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-0 on this fresh batter. 1-0 the count. 1-0. And there's a solid hit to shortstop. It's almost knocked down. Really, that's a single. I don't think there was any way to get that. So an infield single. I'm not going to count that as an error because she just barely got enough, kind of stretched out and knocked it down, but had no play on that. So an infield single is going to be an RBI infield single, score 2. That's Young coming in and Medina coming in. So bases, there are 2 on base now. As a courtesy runner on second for Rodriguez, Harrison on first, and now Candace Harrison to the plate. A high pop headed out to first base. Coming under it is Tarin, and she hangs on to it, and that is finally going to be the third out. Has a very long at bat. That 2 1/3, 2 and more than a third through the batting lineup for Hobbs. So a pop to the first baseman finally ends that, and Hobbs put 15 runs or 17 runs across. Yeah, it was 15 before the last next to the last batter. So 17-0 is your score now. Finally 3 outs, and finally we head to the bottom of the second inning. Roswell High coming up to the plate, and we'll be back. Now keep in mind your run rule is 15 runs or more after 3 innings of play. So they would Roswell would need to get some runs. That was long enough that the Hobbs girls are getting out there, and they're all going to take some infield practice, or not some infield practice, but they're all throwing out there. And I think, do we still have is number 3? So I think we're going to have a pitching change for Hobbs. Is that right? I think so. We're going to have a pitching change, I do believe. So top of the third inning. Top of the third inning. Now, Roswell High coming up to the plate. And number 5, Bella Ornelas, your designated player, is first up. This is her first plate appearance. Here we are in the bottom of the second inning, and your score is 17-0. Hobbs is leading, and Roswell needs to get a couple of runs across, at least 2 or 3 runs, because after 3 innings, if Hobbs is ahead by 15 or more, then Hobbs would win by run rule situation. And the first ball is going to be outside for ball 1. And that is, let's see. Yep, Bennett still pitching for Hobbs. And that is on the ground to Cameron Harrison fields that. Beautiful stop and throw. So score it 6-3 in the books for first out. So Ornelas is out. And that brings up Marquez to the plate. Marquez, Aragon on deck, Lucero in the hole. All right, so that is going to be outside for ball number one. So 1-0 the count. And I understand from listening to the Roswell High folks here, Art, talking about the explanation for that long conference with the home plate ump. And there's a high fly ball out to right, and Jimenez grabs that as Jimenez was playing shaded over just a little bit and got a good jump on that from the get-go off of the bat, was able to move in and grab that, and a fly out to right field, fly to 9 for out number 2, brings up Aragon to the plate. Aragon, your shortstop for Roswell. Lucero is on deck, Estrada in the hole, but Aragon at the plate, right-handed batter. First pitch is going to be a call, strike one, so 0-1 the count on Aragon. 0-1 the count, 1 out. No, 2 outs now, 2 outs. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second inning. Third batter is up. Aragon watches that one. That's going to be outside, and that's going to even the count at 1-1. So 1-1 the count. And apparently, I think there was just a lot of chatter going on out there, some talk that the umpire was hearing. Oh, and there is a high fly ball coming under it is Young at third, and she catches and hangs on to that. So a pop out to the third baseman ends the at-bat for Roswell High. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And we're going to go to the top of the third inning with Hobbs leading this one 17-0. And we will be back in 1 minute with more Hobbs and Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
The team of Hobbs Rental Valve Services is proud to support the Eagles in sports and academics. Hobbs Rental provides competitive valve services, relief valve, vent valve, and thief hatch maintenance. PR certified and ISN approved. When you need the job done right the first time, call Hobbs Rental Valve Service 393-393-3085. Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 814 West Marland, is a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Go Eagles!
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And we are back for top of the third inning. In the bottom of the second, it was 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors. And we go to the top of the third, and Hobbs will have, let's see, they left off. It's going to be top of the order, actually. I think Boyle will come up. Nope, number 17. I think we're going to have a pinch hitter. So coming up, a pinch hitter is going to be in for Boyle at the top of the order. So instead of Boyle, we're going to have number 17, Hannah Granillo, coming off the bench to bat for Hobbs to get this top of the third inning started. So here we are waiting as I think the ump is just motioning. He's motioning the change in the batter. It's Granillo who's batting for Boyle. Number 17, Granillo will bat for Boyle. Boyle. Right. Okay. Yes, 17. Granillo is going to be batting in place of Boyle. Boyle's normally the leadoff hitter, and we're at the top of the order, starting at the top of the order here in the top of the third inning for Hobbs. Jimenez is on deck. Chavez in the hole, unless there are other substitute batters. And the first pitch is in, and it is a call strike. So 0-1 is the count on Granillo. And I believe that is number 15, Alexis Martinez, who's on deck. So we'll have another substitute batter coming up. 1-1 is the count now. 1-1 on Granillo. And a swing and a miss is going to be strike number 2 on Granillo. So 1-2 the count. And that's number 15, Alexis Martinez, who's on deck for Hobbs, batting in place of Jimenez coming up. And a swing catches a piece of that, staying alive at the bat. So a foul ball keeps the count 1-2. 1-2 on the leadoff batter for Hobbs, who is Granillo, batting in place of Boyle. And then number 15, Alexis Martinez, coming up on deck. And that is going to be a ball. So 2-2 as Granillo. She's batting in place of Boyle. Granillo is number 17, batting in place of Boyle. And that's going to be outside in the dirt for ball 3. So that runs the count full on Granillo. No. So Granillo with a count full, and that's going to be high and put her on first base. So a walk issued. And that's going to bring up number 15, Alexis Martinez, a substitute batter for Jimenez. And then that's going to put, it should be number 1, Chavez on, oh no, that's actually going to come up and be Boyle, I guess, right? Is that going to be Boyle? I can't tell who's on deck now. And there's a swing and a foul back. A foul off for batter 1. No, that's number 6. That's going to be Angel Jimenez, another substitute batter after this one. So Martinez at the plate, and that is going to be a ball. So 1-1 the count. So 1-1, even count on Martinez. A throw down to first to keep Granillo on base. 1-1 the count. This is number 15, Martinez, batting in place of Jimenez. And that is a strike. So Martinez goes down with a call. And that's going to bring up another substitute batter. Another substitute batter is going to be Angel Jimenez. A throw down to first. All right, and the plate ump has to, of course, they have to get all of these substitute batters in. So Angel Jimenez takes the first pitch, and it is a call strike on the outside corner. So no strikes, 1 ball, 0-1 the count, 1 out, 1 on. Angel Jimenez at the plate, and a pop fly as the catcher comes under it, Marquez, and she hangs on to it. So catches a high pop fly, and so that means that Martinez goes down. Or rather, Jimenez goes down. So a pop to the catcher, pop out to player position number 2, and that's going to be the second hit. And now this is going to be number 4. This is Allison Garcia. Another substitute batter. Allison Garcia is batting in place of Carissa Garcia. So another substitute batter for Hobbs. 2 outs, 1 on. That is Granillo, who's out on on first base, and that's going to be a ball. So 1-0 is the count now. 2 outs, 1 runner on. And that's going to be a hit, a grounder between shortstop and third base. And that is going to move. That is going to move Granillo to second base in scoring position as Carissa Garcia gets a single. Runners at first and second now. 2 outs. 2 outs. And Marissa Young is the intended batter in this place. Let's see if she is still batting. Is that number 8? I can't tell who is at the plate. So a swing and a high fly ball is out in right field. It goes over Bustamante's head and is going to score 1. A throw is in. It's going to score 2, and it's going to be a triple and 4. And again, I can't tell for sure. I think there was a substitute batter batting in place of Young possibly out there. But if she's wearing number 5, then that's Young. So your score, as Hobbs adds 2 more, that's a 2 RBI triple. Really, that was a double, and she moved over on the third, but they did throw to third base. So actually, a 2 RBI triple is what I'm going to call that. The long fly ball out in right field, and this is Medina at the plate, I think. See, it's hard to see that. Yeah, number 11. Now we're back to normal as Yaraceli Medina, your designated player, at the plate. 2 outs, 1 on, 2-0 the count on Medina. As Granillo scored. And there is a foul out of play off to the right, so that will be strike number 2. 2-2 is the count now on Medina. I think that's Garcia out there on third base, as Garcia was batting in place of Young. So I believe that is Garcia. There's a high fly ball. It's moving over. Is it staying in territory enough? Yes. Tarin went over and caught a high fly ball over near the Roswell High dugout for the 3rd out, but not before Hobbs was able to put another couple of runs across the plate. And that's the 3rd out. So that's a pop out again to the first baseman. A foul pop out ends at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 6 batters for Hobbs up, and there were 2 runs and 2 hits, and that's all right. 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors in that, and 1 left on base. 19-0 is your score, and we're going to be back with Hobbs, a Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
We know that you want to make the most out of your time. At Lee County State Bank, we believe banking should be quick and easy. That's why we're proud to provide video banking to our customers. Save time and a trip to the bank, and meet with a video banker instead. Getting started is easy. Download the LCSB Connect app. Create a profile, bank from anywhere. Not a customer yet? No problem. You can use a video banking app to open an account too. Download the app today and start banking from anywhere.
Visit onlinelcsb.com. Lee County State Bank, member FDIC. NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. A very unusual game here as we move to the bottom of the third, and Roswell High coming up to the plate. And to avoid the end of this game early, they're going to have to put at least 6 runs across, as Hobbs is leading this one 19-0 on after Hobbs scored 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base in that last at bat. And first up is Lauren Lucero, I believe. Nope, number 4. Yep, Lauren Lucero. I had it right. Number 4, jersey 4, Lauren Lucero, the left fielder up for Roswell. A swing and a little foul down the third base line. It's going to be 0-2 the count now on Lauren Lucero. 0-2 the count, as a very odd turn of events kind of rattled Roswell High, and Hobbs took advantage of that and scored 15 runs in their top of the second inning. 17 runs in that. 17 runs in the top of the second. They added 2 more in the top of the third, so now it's 19-0. And Roswell High, to stay alive, got to put 6 runs across the board here, and a nice grounder, but fielded very well by Candace Harrison at shortstop for Hobbs, as she had to move over towards second base, get that on the run, time her throw, and fire one in there. So score that one 6-3 for out number 1. 6-3 in the books for out number 1. That brings up number 2, Alexia Estrada, your second baseman for Roswell High. First pitch, she swings on and fouls that one down the first baseline for strike number 1. So 0-1 the count. Whew, when games and get really crazy, you feel like it's slow-mo until lots of things happen. And then it feels like you can't keep up with it all. But 19-0 your score. And there's a hit straight up the middle, and is stopped by Chavez in center field. Makes the stop and a good throw into second. So Estrada with a nicely hit ball, a solid single out to center field, is on first. 1 out, 1 on. Brings up number 9, Myra Bustamante. No, it brings up the top of the order. Bustamante is your flex player, so it brings up the top of the order. Number 1, Emily Esquivel to the plate. She had a long fly out to center field her first time up. And there's a throw down to second, and they're going to get her. Yep, they do call her out as Estrada tried the stolen base, but 2-4 for the second out. And good arm, Rodriguez, with a good throw right on target. And Esquivel with a 1-0 count on her at the plate. So now 2 outs, no runners on. Esquivel, 1-0 count. And that's going to be a call, strike on the outside corner for 1-1. So 1-1 the count on Esquivel, 2 outs, nobody on. Tarin waits on deck, and Morales in the hole if Roswell High gets that far. And there, a little hit off the end of the bat over to third base. Young picks it up, and that's it. And the game is over. As I understand it, it's a run rule after the end of 3. That's it. So I think that's the ball game. 19-0 your final score here in the first game. A run rule 3-inning game by Hobbs, and we'll be back. We'll take a couple of minutes and come back to wrap this one up and set the stage for the second of a doubleheader today. But Hobbs Lady Eagles winning the first one 19-0 after 3 innings here. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Is your cost of rent through the roof? It might make sense to buy a home instead. If you are still renting and never thought you could afford a home, right now you may want to call your friends at Robinson & Associates. Robinson & Associates offers free consultations in English and in Spanish. Robinson & Associates want to guide you through the entire process and make it as simple as possible. Call Robinson & Associates today at 392-0266. That's 575-392-0266. Call Robinson & Associates today and let them earn your trust.
For all your grocery specials, shop Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs. The best deals in fresh produce, fresh meat and vegetables, frozen and dairy, health and beauty, and so much more. With the friendliest and most knowledgeable staff, Thriftway and La Tienda. For all your grocery specials, come on down to La Tienda, 400 East Marland, and Thriftway, 1317 North Turner in Hobbs. Best of luck, Eagles, from all of your friends at Thriftway and La Tienda grocery stores.
Is your cost of rent through the roof? It might make sense to buy a home instead. If you are still renting and never thought you could afford a home, right now you may want to call your friends at Robinson & Associates. Robinson & Associates offers free consultations in English and in Spanish. Robinson & Associates want to guide you through the entire process and make it as simple as possible. Call Robinson & Associates today at 392-0266. That's 575-392-0266. Call Robinson & Associates today and let them earn your trust.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community. Lasco Construction.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC. First American Bank believes...
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the first game, it was a 19-0 run rule win in 3 innings for Hobbs over Roswell High. Hobbs scored the 19 runs on 8 hits. They committed no errors. They left 5 on base. For Roswell High, they had no runs on 1 hit. They committed 2 errors. They left 1 on base. And there were, for Hobbs, the winning pitcher is Bennett with no strikeouts and 1 walk. And she gave up the 1 hit, so it was a 1-hit shutout for Bennett in this first win. And for Morales, the losing pitcher, she struck out 4 and walked 12. So 19 to nothing, your final score here in this game that just went 3 innings. So now Roswell High will try to regroup, and we will have the second of their doubleheader coming up here in probably about 20 minutes or so from now, 20 to 25. There's usually about a 30-minute time between games. So 20 to 30 is usually what they do, and we've used some of that already. But this moves Roswell High to 11-4 overall, 0-1 in district, and it moves Hobbs to 7-8 on the season, 1-0 in district, with the second of the doubleheader and district game coming up here in just a little while, maybe about 20 minutes or so. So we will take the break and be back with the second game of this doubleheader. I promise to do boy, it's been an interesting game, a very odd game. It was a controversial call that the Roswell folks up here feel like was the wrong call and may be appealable, but we'll have to see. They felt like under the rule books the wrong call was made, and that did change the complexion of the game. But it only cost, as far as how costly it was on the field, it only cost 1 out, as it kind of it did shut things down for Roswell in terms of, the hitting, but it just cost them an out. And but it did seem to be the turning point of the game. So a little confusion about that all, and the call, the out was made. It was just a 1 out, and it took a run off of the board because it meant that the batter who scored that hit and scored was not allowed to do that, as she was deemed an illegal batter because there were apparently 2 number 12s listed on the roster, while one of the number 12s was actually number 6, but they had it right on the roster, but in the lineup that the coach gave to the Hobbs team, the number was still wrong, and the umpires, everybody goes off of the lineups. So she was deemed an ineligible batter, and the price for that, the umpire said, was calling her out, taking the run off. So they took the run off that Roswell had scored in their first at-bat, and that really, then the game changed. Then Hobbs came up in the top of the second and scored 17 runs as pitching became a problem for Roswell High. Coach made the decision to leave that pitcher in. And then there was not a warning, kind of a warning issued, I guess, to the Roswell High bench, although there was nothing that they could do about that. The umpire was simply hearing fans talking about calling the game, calling an end to that game early or something happening. So the umpire it just became a long time out, with an explanation coming up a few minutes later as to what that was all about. As fans were being fans, as the Roswell folks up here in the booth said, fans were being fans. They were critical of the ump's decision, and they were being critical openly, verbally, and the umpire went over and talked to the Roswell coach about that. But the game went on in that instance, and there was no action taken or anything. It just became a long timeout. So this game has been very unusual. And then Hobbs, in being so far ahead, used I think four straight substitute batters in the top of the third inning, and still scored 2 runs on Roswell High with that. And I believe that the 5th and 6th batters were the real batters in that lineup, but the first 4 coming up were off of the bench and did very well, as Hobbs was able to add 2 more points on the board and ended up at 19 to nothing. So they scored that 17 runs in the top of the second, 2 more in the top of the third, and then held Roswell scoreless in the bottom of the third in order to end the game early. 19 to nothing, your final score in this first one. We'll be back with the second of this, and maybe this second game will be a much more normal game, but you see it all, and things happen. Odd things happen in games of all sports. And this is just one of those sort of strange games. And Hobbs, the victors, and we'll have that second game of this doubleheader coming up, possibly a more normal game. And I think both teams would maybe appreciate that, although Hobbs very happy to take that first win against Roswell High. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on HobbsAmerica.com, Hobbs Sports YouTube. And we are ready for the second of the doubleheader. As getting this underway, Hobbs, as the visitors, will be up to bat first. And your leadoff batter is number 13, Kaya Boyle, playing center field. And the first pitch is fouled off for a strike. And that is going to be a ball. Second pitch in is a ball. So 1-1 the count on Boyle, your leadoff batter for Hobbs. Hobbs winning the first of the doubleheader, 19-0 in 3 innings. That's going to be high for ball number 2. 2-1 the count now. And Hernandez is on the mound for Roswell High. And that pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 3. 3-1 the count now on Boyle. As Hernandez is Daniela Hernandez, number 3 on the mound for Roswell High. Catching again is Emily Marquez. And there's a high fly going out to center field. Coming under it is Esquivel. And a fly out to center field is the first out. And incidentally, let's see, Boyle, the last game, walked 3 times and was hit by a pitch and came across the plate twice. A batter, a substitute batter, ended up crossing the plate instead of her in that first game. So 1 out now. And ball 1 is the first pitch. So 1-0 the count on Jimenez. Up second, batting second for Hobbs and playing right field. And the pitch is swung on and fouled out of play, fouled back out of play over to the right for strike 1. So 1-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on, top of the first in the second of a doubleheader here. So Jimenez, Mariah Jimenez is at the plate right now. And the ball is going to be a ball for 2-1 the count now. It's a call ball, 2-1. And Mariah Jimenez batting in second position. She had a sac bunt, an infield single, an RBI single, and a strikeout. So she went 2 for 4 in the previous game, and she crossed the plate twice for Hobbs as well. So Jimenez now with a 2-2 count on her, 1 out. Nobody on. Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole for Hobbs, and that's going to run the count full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. As Jimenez looking to try to get on base. Roswell High is going to be looking for a little redemption after, and a fly ball is headed out to center field again. Esquivel moves in a couple of steps, so a nice, really almost line drive shot out to center is the second out, and the second fly out to center field for out number 2. That's number 1, Edith Chavez, coming to the plate now. Chavez batting third for Hobbs, playing first base. Or playing center field, rather, I'm sorry. Garcia is on first for Hobbs, but Chavez in center field for Hobbs. So 2 outs, nobody on. And Chavez struck out, walked twice, and popped out to the catcher in the first game, but she crossed the plate twice for Hobbs. So 1-0 is the count now. And a ground ball to the shortstop head. Morales throws it over to first, so score that 6-3. Morales, the pitcher in the first game, moved over to short. And 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're going to go to the bottom of the first inning, scoreless in this second of a doubleheader here with Roswell High coming up to the plate. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
The team of Hobbs Rental Valve Services is proud to support the Eagles in sports and academics. Hobbs Rental provides competitive valve services, relief valve, vent valve, and thief hatch maintenance. BR certified and ISN approved. When you need the job done right the first time, call Hobbs Rental Valve Service 393-3085, 393-3085. Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 814 West Marland, is a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Go Eagles!
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As it's a nice group up in the booth here. When we visit Roswell, I always appreciate that. Art up here announcing on radio station up here, and we have a good crew keeping the score and the official score up here and the scoreboard. So no runs, no hits, no errors in that top of the first inning. We go to the bottom of the first, and coming up to bat will be number 7, Emily Esquivel, your center fielder, the leadoff batter for Roswell High. Tarin is on deck, Morales in the hole. As Medina is pitching for Hobbs in this game. Medina on the mound and Rodriguez behind the plate. As Garcia is on first, Boyle on second. And a little bunt is picked up by Medina and got her by just maybe half a step, but well played, as that was a bunt, trying to be a bunt single, and almost beat that out. But Esquivel scooped that up, made a very nice throw, and Garcia hung on to it. So score at 2-3, or 1-3 rather, 1-3 in the books, 1-3 for the first out, and that brings up Tarin. Left-handed batter to the plate, and that's going to be a call strike on the outside corner. So 0-1 count. As here we are on the bottom of the first inning. Bottom of the first. Oh, and a ball gets away from Medina. I don't know what she was trying to throw there, but got away from her in the dirt, way outside. For ball number 1, so evens up the count 1-1. Sometimes as a pitcher, you just do that. Sometimes you hit your hip coming around. Sometimes you release too early or release too late. Sometimes you put it right in the strike zone. That one, though, was over the plate but low for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count now on Tarin. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the first. And that is going to be a ball 3, as that was low and outside. And finishing out the fielding for Hobbs, you've got Harrison at short and Young at third. So I continue to finish my book, getting those lineups a little late. There's a swing and a miss, or swing not a miss, but a foul tip off the end of the bat. And that's going to run the count full now, 3-2 on Tarin. 1 out, nobody on. Full count on Tarin. Morales on deck, Lucero in the hole. If we get that far, Hobbs would like to end the inning with 3 batters. And that's going to be outside for a walk. And that's going to put Tarin on base. So Tarin takes base. Morales comes up to the plate. She's playing shortstop in this game. Was the pitcher for Roswell High in the first. So 1 out, 1 on. No score in this one yet. Hobbs would like to keep it that way. Get in the dugout. And there's a ground ball, a hot one over to Young. She fires it over to second, but cannot turn the double play. But the Hobbs does cut off the lead runner. So that was a hit that was hit well, but fielded well as well. 5-4 in the book for the second out, and Morales reaches on a fielder's choice, so she's on first. So now 2 outs, 1 on, And the first pitch swung on and hit. Well hit. Is that going to be over the fence? No, it's going to hit the fence out between right and center field, as that's going to move Morales over to third, and Lucero has got a single. And that ball hit just at the base of the fence. It was almost over. I think the wind might have hung that up just a little bit out there. It looked like it was headed over, but luckily for Hobbs, it didn't. Now 2 outs, runners at the corners. And that brings up Bella Ornelas, your right fielder, to the plate for Roswell High. 2 outs, 2 on, swing, and she pulled that, was way out in front of that, and pulled that over out of play, way off to the left. It hit tires. It didn't hit the car, didn't hit the vehicle, and the silver SUV over there hit the tires, and simply becomes a long strike. So 0-1 is the count on Ornelas, with the runners at first and third. And let's see, filling out the rest of the outfield. Harrison's in left, Chavez in center, and Jimenez in right. There's a foul back to the screen, and that'll be 0-2 now on Ornelas. 2 outs, runners at first and second for Roswell High. As 0-2 the count. Oh, and a changeup took a little speed off of that, but it hung up a little high for ball 1. 1-2 the count on Ornelas now. And let's see. A hit and a high fly ball is going to be foul. It's going to stay in the fence, but nobody can get to it in time, just beyond the Roswell dugout. So count remains 1-2. So 1-2 the count, 2 outs, runners at first and second here in the bottom of the first inning. No score in this one yet. And, oh, that's going to be low, and it's going to be a wild pitch. It's going to get by Rodriguez, and it's going to score 1 as Morales comes in. She comes in on the wild pitch. So it is 1-0 now, as Roswell, your home team, with the 1 run. And runner moves to second. That's Lucero sitting on second. And Ornelas with 2 balls, 2 strikes on her now. 2-2 the count, 2 outs, a runner on second. And Roswell leading this one now 1-0. Oh, and a swing and a miss, as that was a changeup, as Medina took some speed off of that, and Ornelas was trying to be patient, but still chased a little up as well. It was a little high and slow. So strikeout number 1, out number 3, and 1 run on 1 hit. 1 run on 1 hit, and no errors. There was a wild pitch, though, that allowed that run to come home, and 1 runner left on base. So 1-0 your score, and we go to the top of the second. Hobbs coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
The team of Hobbs Rental Valve Services is proud to support the Eagles in sports and academics. Hobbs Rental provides competitive valve services, relief valve, vent valve, and thief hatch maintenance. BR certified and ISN approved. When you need the job done right the first time, call Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 393-3085, 393-3085. Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 814 West Marland, is a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Go Eagles!
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the bottom of the first inning, Roswell High scored 1 run on 1 hit, no errors by Hobbs, and 1 left on base. And we are going to the top of the second inning. It's going to be Garcia, Young, and Bennett up to the plate. Heart of the order, 4, 5, and 6 in batting order. First plate appearance for Garcia. As Hobbs needs runners and needs to move them in, try to get that run back. From Roswell that they scored in their at bat. And a swing and a foul back out of play. So that'll be a strike. As Garcia, cleanup hitter for Hobbs, first baseman at the plate. A healthy hitter for Hobbs. Nice average so far this season. And Hobbs needs for her to get on base. Oh, and that looks like it is out of the park if it stays foul. Oh, and it's foul. It's over the fence, but it was foul. Just a few, maybe probably about 10, 12 feet from the left field foul line. So left of the scoreboard just becomes a very long strike for Garcia as she launched it but was in front of it and goes foul. So Roswell High breathes a sigh of relief, and Garcia, hearing the chants, straighten it out. And that is going to be a ball on the inside. Going to run the count full now. So 3-2, the count on Garcia now. So the count full on Garcia after putting one over the fence, but it was foul. So she can launch it. And that's going to hit her. So she's going to take her first base. That's a hit by pitch. So hit by pitch. So no outs. And that brings, it hit her in the left hip. Young is up to the plate. Marissa Young. She had a good game, the first one. She had a 2 RBI single and a 2 RBI triple. Strikeout and a fly out. So she went 2 for 4 in the first game. And the first pitch is going to be a strike. So 0-1. 0-1 the count. No outs. 1 runner on for Hobbs. And that is going to be outside for ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. So the count even on Young. Garcia on first, no outs. Bennett on deck, Rodriguez in the hole. Hobbs trailing 1-0. And that is going to be outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count. 2-1 the count. With Hobbs a chance to the go-ahead run at the plate, potential go-ahead run. And that's going to be outside for ball 3. So the count full now. Or no, 3-1, not full, but 3-1. I have it right. Scorebug's right. Scorebug is right. Caller's right. And that is going to be ball 4. So a hit batter and a walk have runners on first and second for Hobbs. Brings up your designated player or hitter, Bennett, to the plate. That's number 9, Kinsey Bennett. She was your winning pitcher in the first game. She hit threw a 1-hit shutout. With runners on first and second now, no outs. Hobbs needing runners, timely hitting to come in, and that's going to be a call, strike 1, 0-1 the count. We have a different home plate ump as the umps have changed positions. Only 2 umps for this game. So the field ump is behind the plate for this one. Shows bunt. I don't know. She left the bat down, but I guess he says she picked it up. And is he going to call? I guess it's a ball. He never did really call it. So 1-1 should be the count. Runners at first and second for Hobbs, no outs, and that pitch is going to be inside and low for ball 2. 2-1 the count. Rodriguez awaits on deck. Harrison in the hole. It's Hobbs trailing by 1-0 here, but early in the game, top of the second, and shows bunt, lays one down the third base line. It's picked up, fired to first, but not in time as the throw was short. She bobbled it just a bit. Aragon grabbed for it with her glove, stopped it, but couldn't come up with it on time. So that's just it's an infield single. I think when you hear if she had bobbled it anymore or made a bad throw, I would call that an error. It should have been fielded cleaner, and maybe there'd been a chance for her to get it, but Bennett was very speedy and really had beat out the throw by the time that came. So infield single for Bennett. Runners on all bases now. Bases loaded for Rodriguez, your catcher. Batting 7th for Hobbs. And the pitch comes in. It's going to be a ball. So no outs. Bases are loaded. A hit batter, a walk, an infield single on a bunt. And that's going to be ball number 2. So 2-0 the count on Rodriguez. Two and 0 the count on Garcia. On Rodriguez, that is. And there's a single that's going to hit the base of the fence out between center and left field, and it's going to score 2. So a 2 RBI double puts her on second base. Scores Garcia from third, Young from second, puts Bennett on third, and Rodriguez on second. Still no outs. Cameron Harrison to the plate now. Cameron playing left field for Hobbs. Candace Harrison, shortstop, is on deck, and then the top of the order, Boyle, your second baseman, in the hole. So Hobbs now up 2-1. Hobbs now leading Roswell High 2-1 here in the top of the second inning of the second of a doubleheader here in Roswell. No outs, runners on second and third for Hobbs. And the pitch comes in. That's going to be low for ball 1. So 1-0 is the count. Let's see, Cameron Harrison in the last game had an RBI single, reached on an error, and had an infield single and crossed the plate twice for Hobbs. And that's going to be ball number 2. So 2-0 is the count. 2-0, 2 on, no outs. 2-1 is your score. Hobbs leading. A chance to increase that lead here. And that's going to come in inside and be ball number 3. So 3 balls. That is Hernandez on the mound for Roswell High. Marquez behind the plate. Tarin at first. Estrada on second. Morales at short. Aragon at third. Jasmine Lucero in left. Esquivel in center. And Ornelas in right. And that is going to be a call strike. Yeah. Nice pitch by Hernandez. She found the zone when she had to. 3-1 the count now. Nobody out. Runners at second and third for Hobbs. They'd like to increase their lead here, and they need to while they have a chance. Ooh, and a high outside one, swing and a miss, as that's a weakness and maybe a weak spot for Harrison. Chasing that, wanting to swat at it, but brings the count full now. Runners at second and third. Harrison taking a healthy cut. Missed, and there's a high fly ball going out to center field. Esquivel coming under it, and she makes the catch and now makes the throw, but the throw is going to be a little long, And so it's a sack fly RBI, for Harrison, and that is going to bring in Bennett. So 3-1 is your score now. So now 1 out. Candace Harrison, your shortstop, to the plate. She bats in the 9th position for Hobbs. And now a runner at third. That's a courtesy runner for Rodriguez, and I believe that's Cammie Bennett out there. And that's going to be in the dirt for ball number 1 on Harrison. So 1 out. 1 on, 1 out, 1 on. 3 have crossed the plate so far for Hobbs in this at-bat. A swing and a high fly ball. It could be trouble. It's going to be a foul ball. Almost caught by Morales. Man, she showed good hustle, running all the way from shortstop, trying to catch that. Although she was trying to catch it with the glove down instead of out or turned up. But and she did make contact with it, but just couldn't hang on to it. Sometimes when you don't catch it with the basket up, that can happen. So that just becomes a long strike, 1-1 on Harrison. And there's a pop fly out to right field. Oh, and coming out, Estrada actually goes out from second, has to turn around, catches that, really running the other way. And nice catch, and she hangs on to it. Credit where credit's due, a nice catch. And robs Harrison of a single and of an RBI as well. So a fly out to position 4 for the second out and brings Boyle back up to the plate, top of the order for Hobbs. She had a long fly out to center field her first time up this game. That's going to be on the outside corner right at the letters for her call, strike 1. So 0-1 is the count, 2 outs now, top of the second. Hobbs has put 3 runs across. They're leading this one 3-1, and that is going to hit the dirt before it hits the glove of the catcher for ball 1. 1-1 the count, 2 outs, 1 runner, and I believe that is Cammie Bennett sitting on third. That's a courtesy runner for Rodriguez, the catcher. And 1-1 the count. Oh, and that's going to be inside. Almost hit her, actually. Boyle is tough. She didn't flinch. It just probably didn't miss her by much, but she never moved as that came in and call ball 2-1. The way the ump is set up, can't really see those. There's off the end of her bat, a little fly ball out to Ornelas, or moves over a couple of steps to her left to grab that. Has to fight the sun and catch that and hang on to it. So Hobbs puts 3 runs across, though. 3 runs on 1-2 hits. There was 1 error and hit by pitch. And 1 left on base. So Hobbs leading this one 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
In the top of the second inning, Hobbs scores 3 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error. in the form of a hit by pitch, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the second inning, and Roswell High coming up to the plate. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 with Emily Marquez, your catcher, looking at the first pitch. And it becomes ball 1. It's high for 1-0 count. So Marquez, leadoff batter in this at-bat for Roswell. And that pitch is also going to be out of the zone. So 2-0 the count. That is Medina on the in the circle, rather, for Hobbs. It's an old habit to say on the mound. And calling baseball, still call it on the mound, of course, in baseball. That's fouled back for strike number 1. So 2-1 the count now. When I played and when I pitched, it was a mound. It was not the circle. So that's a kind of I still revert to saying that sometimes. And that ball is going to be low for ball number 3. So 3-1 the count. Here we are in the bottom of the second inning. No outs, nobody on. First batter up, 3-1 count on Marquez. A swing and a tip. So after that foul, that's going to run the count full on Marquez, your catcher for Roswell High. Marquez at bat, Aragon is on deck, and Hernandez is in the hole. As Roswell High trailing by 2 here in the bottom of the second inning, 3-1 your score. And a swing and a ground ball is going to be, it's going to start off fair, but going to end up being foul. Young got a glove on that and stopped it, but she was in foul territory across the line when that happened. So count remains full. Count is full. And a long fly ball. Is it out of the park? Is it out? Yes, it is. As on a full count, Marquez has a one home, a solo homer, a solo home run out of the park over in left field, solid left field. And that gives Roswell another run, makes it 3-2. So Roswell just trailing by 1 now here in the bottom of the second inning. And you know, that is the first home run. We had a lot of runs scored in that first game, a 19-0 win by Hobbs, but there were no home runs hit in that game. This is the first home run of the doubleheader, first home run of the night. And Aragon is at bat now. Aragon playing third base for Roswell High. It's her first plate appearance in this game. Hernandez waits on deck. Estrada in the hole. And that is going to be a long fly ball out to Chavez in center. She comes under that, moves over to her left, maybe just a step or two, and a long fly ball is out number 1. So Hernandez comes up to the plate. Batting 8th for Roswell High. Estrada on deck and Esquivel in the hole, and that's going to be a call, strike 1 on the inside corner. So 1 out, nobody on. Nobody out, 1 on. Nobody on, that is 1 out. Had that backwards for momentarily. Sorry, I'm looking at what I thought was a mosquito, and they just eat me alive. So I was trying to gauge whether or not I could reach and kill that thing. I don't think it's a mosquito, though. So 1-1 is the count on Hernandez now. 1 out, nobody on. Here we are, bottom of the second inning. Hobbs still leading, but by just 1 run now, 3-2 over Roswell High. Hobbs needs to get out of the inning if they can without Roswell scoring, and that's going to be a ground ball. It's going to make it past the third baseman, but Candace comes across and manages to stop it in shallow left field, but of course no time for a throw. So that's going to be a single and put Hernandez on first. So 1 out, 1 on. That brings the Estrada, the second baseman, up to the plate. Swing and a miss for strike 1. So 0-1 is the count. One out, one on. Estrada at the plate, Esquivel on deck, and she fouls that one out of play off to the left for strike number 2. So 0-2 as Estrada way out in front of that one, pulled that ball all the way over. 0-2. And a swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strikeout. So that's the second strikeout in the game now for Medina. And second out, that's going to bring the top of the order, Esquivel, back up to the plate. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. And that's going to be a little high and inside for ball number 1. Oh, batter at first base, yep. So no, that's a strikeout. That's a strikeout, but she ended up being able to, on that third swing, she went to first. So it actually does count as a strikeout, but Estrada is on first. No, that's Hernandez still on first. That's right. And that is going to be 2-1 the count now on Esquivel. Esquivel, who grounded out her first time up. So 2 outs, 1 on. And that's a ground ball to Boyle. Boyle scoops it up, makes the toss over to Garcia. So score that one 4-3 for the third out. And 4 up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 batters up, 3 down. And Roswell is able to put 1 run on the board on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. So your score after 2 full innings is 3-2. Hobbs still leading, and Hobbs coming up to the bat. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
We know that you want to make the most out of your time. At Lee County State Bank, we believe banking should be quick and easy. That's why we're proud to provide video banking to our customers. Save time and a trip to the bank and meet with a video banker instead. Getting started is easy. Download the LCSB Connect app, create a profile, bank from anywhere. Not a customer yet? No problem. You can use a video banking app to open an account too. Download the app today and start banking from anywhere.
Visit onlinelcsb.com. Lee County State Bank, member FDIC.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the bottom of the second inning, again, there was 1 run on 2 hits, no errors by Hobbs, and 1 left on base. So Roswell scored 1 in their first at bat, 1 in the bottom of the second inning. And the score 3-2. Hobbs coming up to the plate, leading by 1, and it is number 5, Mariah Jimenez, your right fielder, up to the plate first. So top of the third, no outs. 1-0 the count. So score bug is correct, and that's going to hit the dirt before it gets to the plate. So ball 2, 2-0 the count on Jimenez. Jimenez had a long fly ball out to center field her first time up. She's 0 for 1 in this game. She had a sac bunt, an infield single, and an RBI single and across the plate twice for Hobbs in her first game. Also had a strikeout in that game. And this pitch comes in. It is a strike. 2-1 the count now on Jimenez. 2-1 the count. Ooh, high and outside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count on Jimenez. Hobbs needing to increase their lead. Get somebody on base, move around and in. As a slim 1 run lead over Roswell High, and that's going to be ball 4. Hang up high and outside. So Jimenez goes to first. Chavez now up to the plate. She grounded out to the shortstop her first time up this game. She's 0 for 1. Center fielder for Hobbs. Right-handed batter. Wears jersey number 1. And that is Jimenez over on first base. Jimenez is very speedy. Hobbs may play small ball here just to try to move her around and in. We'll see. And a throw down to second to keep Jimenez on first. And she trots back safely. But that was a ball. So 1-0 the count now. With no outs, 1 runner on. Top of the third. 1-0. And this is going to hang up high. A throw down to second. Attempted steal, and it is. As Mariah Jimenez slides under. That was a high throw, and Jimenez was able to steal safely. So now in scoring position for Hobbs, and 2-0 count on Chavez at the plate. No outs, 1 on. Garcia waits on deck, Young in the hole, and that pitch is going to be a ball, and I'm not sure what was wrong with that. It looked like it was over the outside corner, must have been low. From this angle, it's a little hard to tell. So 3-0 is the count now. No outs, 1 runner on. Hobbs looking to move that runner in. High pop out of play, behind the screen off to the right for strike number 1. Interesting, the take sign was not on there as Chavez thought that she could make good contact with that. She that ball had a lot of spin. She hit under it and toward the end of her bat and popped it up and back. 3-1 the count. And a straightaway line drive into center is bumbled by Esquivel. It is going to score 1, so it's going to be an RBI single for Chavez. It brings Jimenez in from second, and Hobbs now doubling up 4-2. Garcia at the plate with no outs, 1 runner on. That's Chavez on first after the RBI single. Carissa Garcia at the plate, and a high fly ball is going to go foul. It's going to be out of play for strike 1. Garcia reached, she was hit by pitch and crossed the plate for Hobbs her last time up. So 0-1 the count. No outs. 1 runner on. Scores 4-2 now. Hobbs leading. Chance to increase that lead here. Oh, and that is going to be low for ball 2, and the ball in the dirt means that Chavez is able to steal second, even though there was a throw, just not in time. So stolen base. So Garcia with a 1-1 count on her now. And a swing and a long fly ball. I think that's going to be, it's going to hang up in the air, and Lucero will catch it. She only had to move about a step or so. I thought when that left Garcia's bat, I thought that might have had enough juice on it to get out of the park. But it just caught some air and hung up a little bit. Becomes a long out number 1. Fly out to left field to position number 7. Brings Young up to the plate, to left-handed batter, and looks at the first pitch. It's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count. 1 out. Sorry, the score bug kind of went flaky on me there for a minute. So 1-0 the count, 1 out. And Roswell High wants to talk about it, so we will take a timeout and be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company. leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
And out of the Roswell High timeout, we're back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball here in Roswell. Second of a doubleheader. Hobbs won the first one 19-0 in 3 innings, and now we're here in the top of the 3rd inning. Hobbs leading 4-2 over Roswell High, and 1 out, 1 runner on. That is Chavez is out on second base. Young is your batter with a 1-0 count, and that is going to be just a little low and outside for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count now on Young. And let's see, Young had an RBI triple, an RBI triple and got stranded, had a 2 RBI single and crossed the plate, struck out and had a fly out to center field in the first game. And that is going to come in and be strike 1. So 2-1 the count now on Young. 1 out, 1 on. Chavez in scoring position for Hobbs. And that's a call strike. So strike number 2, and Young flinched. She thought about it. She looked at it, let it go. So 2-2 is the count. Runner on second, 1 out. Hobbs needing to increase their 2-run lead. Swing and a long fly ball, a high one too, is headed in foul territory. Is it going to stay in? It will stay in, but Ornelas and Tarin both chase it, but nobody able to get to it in time. Over there, very close to the fence. I think they both were very aware that it was getting close to the fence. So the count remains 2-2, but good hustle by Ornelas and Tarin over there, and Estrada coming over from the second base as well. 2-2 the count. A swing and a miss, so a strikeout as Young having to protect the plate and swung on that just a little late as Hernandez brought some heat and hung that out on the outside corner. So that is out number 2. So the 2 outs, 1 runner on second. Bennett, the designated hitter or player, to the plate. Right-handed batter. Had an infield single and crossed the plate last time up, and looks at that one. I guess that was a little outside and low for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. Top of the 3rd inning. Hobbs has put 1 across. They'd like to move that runner in and across as well. Oh, and that was, again, I guess that was a ball. It looked like it was across the plate. Must have been low. So 2-0 is the count on Bennett. She was your winning pitcher in the first game. She's your designated hitter or player in this one, batting in the 6th position. And that is going to be a call strike as Hernandez took a little speed off of that. So an off-speed floater has Bennett looking at it. 2-1 the count. 2 outs, runner on second. Hobbs leading 4-2. Oh, and that is going to get hung up, be a wild pitch and hit the backstop. And that's going to allow Chavez to move over to third. So she moves on the wild pitch. And that's going to bring the count to 3-1 on Bennett. Now, Chavez closer to being able to cross the plate for Hobbs. If Bennett can keep the line moving here. Oh, and a little chopper is a little trouble coming into it. Morales does. She fields it, makes a good throw, and throws out Bennett 6-3 for out 3. And Hobbs manages to put 1 run across on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. So your score as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning is 4-2. Hobbs leading. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball from Roswell on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
For all your grocery specials, shop Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs. The best deals in fresh produce, fresh meat and vegetables, frozen and dairy, health and beauty, and so much more. With the friendliest and most knowledgeable staff, Thriftway in La Tienda. For all your grocery specials, come on down to La Tienda, 400 East Marland, and Thriftway, 1317 North Turner and Hobbs. Best of luck, Eagles, from all of your friends at Thriftway and La Tienda grocery stores.
Is your cost of rent through the roof? It might make sense to buy a home instead. If you're still renting and never thought you could afford a home, right now you may want to call your friends at Robinson & Associates. Robinson & Associates offers free consultations in English and in Spanish. Robinson & Associates want to guide you through the entire process and make it as simple as possible. Call Robinson & Associates today at 392-0266. That's 575-392-0266. Call Robinson & Associates today and let them earn your trust.
Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball as we go to the bottom of the third inning. In the top of the third, Hobbs scores one run on one hit. There were no errors committed by Roswell, one left on base. And bottom of the third with the almost top of the order up. It's number 2, 3, and 4, Tarin Morales Lucero up for Roswell High. They trail two runs, 4-2 is your score here. And a swing and a foul back out of play off to the left for strike one. 0-1 the count. As Tarin walked and got put out trying to steal second base her first time up. She's a left-handed batter. Swing, and there's a fair ball down the left field line all the way to the fence. Cameron Harrison goes out, makes the stop, and the throw hits the cutoff person and then over to second. But that is a stand-up double for Tarin. As that was a hot shot, Tarin sent it down the left field line. Stayed fair all the way, though. So no outs. One on. And Morales is your shortstop. She was your pitcher in the first game. She just made a good stop and throw to end Hobbs at bat. And here she is coming up to the plate. Right-handed batter, no outs, one runner on. And that is going to be outside for ball one as Medina trying to bring the heat and does, but misses the zone at the same time. So 1-0 the count. And, that's going to be high for ball number two as Morales, she thought about it. Moved her body down a little bit, but let it go. 2-0 the count. Sometimes when you move your body like that, you inadvertently hit it with your bat. She did not that time. And that is going to be high for ball three. So 3-0 the count, and pressure's on Medina to find the zone right here. Got to throw a strike. So no outs, one runner on. Tarin in scoring position out there for Roswell High. They trail by 2, and there is a high fly ball. Harrison coming up over it into shallow left field and makes the grab. So a fly out to the shortstop, position 6 for 1 out, and that keeps Tarin on base on second and brings Lucero up to the plate. She hit a single and got stranded her first time up. So 1 out. One on. And first pitch is right up the middle, and it's going to be a hit and score one. And the throw comes into the pitcher. Well, actually, into the circle, but it's Garcia who takes the throw. And that does bring Tarin in. So that's an RBI single for Lucero. So Lucero on first. Tarin crossed the plate. And that makes it 4-3 now. Still just 1 out, 1 on. And the first ball comes in, hits foul down the right field side, down the right field line, the right line. So strike one. So 1 out, 1 on, runner on first. Here we are in the bottom of the third inning as Roswell chopping in to that Hobbs lead. Down to just a 1-run lead now, 4-3 here. Ornelas at the plate. Swing and a high pop. Coming over is Garcia. Oh, and she drops it as Garcia had it in, and she had her other hand up there. Just couldn't, as she started to drop it, she couldn't save that. So she had it, but didn't hang on to it. So just becomes a, just had it in the glove. And it came right back out. So 0-2 is the count. And swing and a miss, as that's going to be out number 2. That's strikeout number 3 for Medina. And that brings up Emily Marquez, your catcher, to the plate. So 2 outs, 1 runner on. And Marquez to the plate. Swings, hits a ground ball to third base, and Young picks it up, makes the throw in plenty of time for out number 3. So Marquez swung on the first pitch she saw and ended up grounding out to the third baseman. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, 3 down, but 1 run scored. So 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors made by Hobbs and 1 left on base. So we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs leading by 1 run, 4-3 your score, and we'll be back with Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube.
For all your grocery specials, shop Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs. The best deals in fresh produce, fresh meat and vegetables, frozen and dairy, health and beauty, and so much more. With the friendliest and most knowledgeable staff, Thriftway and La Tienda. For all your grocery specials, come on down to La Tienda, 400 East Marland, and Thriftway, 1317 North Turner in Hobbs. Best of luck, Eagles, from all of your friends at Thriftway and La Tienda grocery stores.
We know that you want to make the most out of your time. At Lee County State Bank, we believe banking should be quick and easy. That's why we're proud to provide video banking to our customers. Save time and a trip to the bank, and meet with a video banker instead. Getting started is easy. Download the LCSB Connect app, create a profile, bank from anywhere. Not a customer yet? No problem. You can use a video banking app to open an account too. Download the app today and start banking from anywhere.
Visit onlinelcsb.com. Lee County State Bank, member FDIC.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. As here we go to the top of the 4th inning. And the first pitch that Garcia sees, she sends it out to right field, but Ornelas moves over a couple of steps to her left to grab that one and hang on to it. So a fly out as Rodriguez gave it a ride and tried to get on base for Hobbs. But a fly out to position 9 is the first out, and it's going to bring up number 7, Cameron Harrison, the left fielder, up to the plate. She had a sac fly RBI her last time up to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Harrison to the plate. Candace Harrison awaits on deck. And then it's top of the order, Boyle in the hole. So Harrison at the plate, Harrison on deck, Boyle in the hole. First pitch in is a ball, 1-0 the count. And a ground ball over to third. Aragon picks it up, fires to first. So 5-3. So 3 pitches pitched so far and 2 outs in this top of the 4th inning for Hobbs. As Hobbs leading by 1, but they really need to pad that lead here. If they can get a 2-out rally going, they need to put some runners on and move them around and in and get some more runs on the board. They lead this one 4-3 here in the top of the 4th. 2 outs, nobody on. Candace Harrison to the plate, batting in the 9th slot for Hobbs. Right-handed batter. and swing and a high fly ball headed out to center field between center and left. And that is Esquivel who moves over and hangs on to it. And there were a total of, I believe, 4 pitches pitched, either 4 or 5 pitches in that at bat, and that's it. So a fly out to center field for the third out, and that's 3 up, 3 down, no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Roswell High leading this one 4-3. It'll be Roswell High batting when we come back with Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And in the top of the 4th, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. As Hobbs back out in the field, Roswell at the bat, and that is Aragon. Yadira Aragon, your third baseman, up to the plate. And first and second pitches, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1 the count. No outs, nobody on. 4-3, Hobbs leads by 1 run. And that is going to be high and outside for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. Hobbs needing to get some outs efficiently here. There's a little pop fly, and coming under it, traveling almost over to first base is Boyle, but she had the bead on it, called off Garcia, and made the catch and hung on to it. So a little pop out to second baseman. Well played by Boyle for the first out. Brings up the pitcher, Daniela Hernandez, to the plate. Estrada is on deck, and Esquivel, top of the order in the hole. First pitch comes in, and it's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count. So 1-0 the count, 1 out, nobody on, and a swing and a grounder as Cameron Harrison plays it, makes a great throw on target, and 2 outs. So score that 6-3 in the book as shortstop to first base, and out number 2. You know, there were 4 pitches pitched in that top of the 4th inning. Rodriguez swung at the first one she saw. It was a fly out. Harrison hit the second one she saw, ground out, and Harrison hit, Candace Harrison then hit the first pitch she saw. So 4 pitches and 3 outs. Can't get much more efficient than that for Roswell High. But now Hobbs is trying to do the very same thing. More pitches in, but 2 outs so far. 2 batters, 2 outs. 1-0 count on Estrada, bottom of the order. A swing and fouls back out of play. I think that's going to hit the concession stand maybe, or hit between the concession and the restrooms over there. So it's 1-1. 1-1 your count now on Estrada. It's funny, 2 or 3 seasons when I was playing summer ball. Oh, and there's a foul straight back. That's going to hit the media booth up here and be strike number 2, 1-2. For 2 or 3 years when I was playing summer ball growing up, one of our assistant coaches was named Richard Estrada, and his daughter Pam was a second baseman, always really good. Her nickname was Hoover because she hoovered everything up there at second base. So seeing Estrada at second base brings back memories. And that's going to be low for ball number 2. So 2-2 is the count now on Estrada. 2 outs, nobody on. Hobbs wanting to get this third out, get back in the dugout, and pad their lead. They have a slim one-run lead over Roswell High here in the bottom of the fourth inning. That's going to hang up high and outside and bring the count full. So 3-2 the count. 2 outs, nobody on, and that's going to be inside and low for ball 4. So that's the second walk that Medina has issued, and Estrada takes first base. 2 outs, 1 on now. The potential tying run is at first. The potential go-ahead run at the plate with Esquivel, your leadoff batter, top of the order, shows bunt, but it goes foul for strike 1. So it never left. It never got into fair territory. It just died right at the plate. So So 0-1 the count with 2 outs, 1 runner on. Estrada on first. And swinging away. Oh, and a nice line drive. Reaching up. Candace Harrison had to get her ladder out and climb it to be able to snag that ball. But she does, and that's 3 outs. So a good catch by Harrison. Robs Esquivel and ends the threat by Roswell in the bottom of the 4th inning. They score no runs on no hits. There are no errors committed and 1 left on base. So your score remains 4-3. Hobbs leading, as we'll be back with the top of the 5th inning. And Hobbs Lady Eagles softball continues on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, as there were no runs on no hits, no errors, 1 left on base in the bottom of the 4th inning. So Hobbs did their job and held Roswell scoreless in their at-bat. And now Hobbs coming up here in the top of the 5th, looking to increase their lead. They lead 4-3 just by 1 run. Also a quick score in from the Lovington Portales, the first game. And the first pitch is into Boyle. Top of the order for Hobbs in this top of the 5th inning, as Boyle looks at the first ball outside for ball 1. As the first game, Lovington versus Portales, and that's going to be, is that going to be outside? Yep, he says it hits the outside corner for strike 1, 1-1. Lovington girls at Portales for a doubleheader tonight to begin their district or to continue their district rather, and they lost the first one. There's a swing and a miss as Boyle waits a little late to swing at that. Snaps her bat around, misses, so 1-2 the count now. As Boyle, a fly out to center field, a fly out to right field. She's 0 for 2 and due. 17-1 was the final score in that first game. Lovington losing, and there's a line drive shot out to center. Oh, coming up on that is Esquivel. I didn't think she would have time to get there, and looked like it was going to drop in for a hit, but Boyle was robbed. A good catch by Esquivel. Boyle gave it a try and a ride, but a fly out to center is first out, and that brings up Jimenez to the plate. Second slot hitter, Mariah Jimenez, your right fielder. She walked and scored for Hobbs the last time up. She had a fly out to center field her first time up. So she's 0 for 2. And that is a call strike a little off-speed pitch on the outside corner. Come on. Trying to get this. Score bug is just being stubborn. So 0-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on. And the second pitch comes in, fouled back for strike 2 on Jimenez. As Hobbs, they're anxious. They're aggressive at the bat, but they haven't really been aggressive tonight against Roswell in either game. Not particularly aggressive. Now, they last time up, they were going after first ball. So they started becoming a little more anxious. They've got a 1-run lead, and they need to be patient. That was a nice line drive shot over Estrada's head at second, and she was more patient. Jimenez kind of waited on that a little bit and then just kind of met the ball, and that's what Hobbs needs to do. Quit swinging for the fences, hitting the long ball, and just get on base. They need to get on base anyway and bring them around and bring them in. They do have a 4-3 lead. That's not enough here in this top of the second inning. So a single for Jimenez puts her on first and brings up Chavez, the center fielder, to the plate. And that is going to hang up a little high for ball 1. So 1-0. 1 out. Top of the 5th inning. Hobbs leading 4-3. Chavez had an RBI single her last time up. There's a attempted steal, and the throw was there. Estrada had it, but it was in and out of the glove. She dropped it, and really, as she dropped it as she was trying to do the tag, trying to get the ball down and put the tag on Jimenez. So Jimenez is safe, but not for lack of trying, as Marquez making the throw. And attempted steal became a steal, as Jimenez is now in scoring position, and 3 balls, no strikes now on Chavez. So Chavez way out in front, 3-0. And Jimenez out there on second, 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs needing to get her in, and that is going to be a ground ball picked up by Aragon. And Aragon fires over to first and gets Chavez, but it does move Jimenez over to third, so 1 base closer. But score the out 5-3 for out number 2. And that ball was very close to the line, had her pinned over by the bag. If she had waited much longer, she might not have been able to make that throw and get Chavez out. First pitch, Garcia is going to hit the outside corner for call strike 1, so 0-1 the count. Carissa Garcia, your cleanup hitter for Hobbs, plays first base. She had a fly out to right field her last time up. She got hit by the pitch and crossed the plate for Hobbs in the second inning. That's going to be outside for ball 1, so 1-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. That is Jimenez on third, threatening, as Hobbs looking for some padding, some insurance runs. They lead this only by 1, 4-3 here in the top of the 5th. Second of a doubleheader. And Carissa gives this one a ride. That may be out of the park. It's over. It's over. It's gone. It's a home run. It's a 2 RBI home run shot between left and center field for Carissa Garcia, as she launches one, sends it out of the park, and gives Hobbs a 3-run lead now. 6-3 your score. So Garcia taking her victory lap around the bases. Brings in Jimenez. She's cleanup hitter for a reason. And even though this, she had not done a lot at the bat, even in she had 2 walks and a single in the first, had 3 walks and a single in the first game tonight. Crossed the plate 3 times for Hobbs, but now launches a 2-run homer and brings up Young to the plate now. Marissa Young, your third baseman for Hobbs, struck out her last time up, walked her first time, so she's 0 for 2 and due. Still 2 outs. That's Marissa Young. And And the first pitch is in, and it's going to be a strike. So 0-1 the count on Young. So nobody on after that home run. And there is a high fly out of play off to the left. A long foul fly ball for strike number 2. Young going to have to protect the plate now. But Hobbs did get a couple of insurance runs. They lead this one 6-3 now in the bottom or the top of the 5th inning. Young at the plate. Swing and a miss, and that's going to do it. So Hobbs able to put 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors committed, and nobody left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning with Hobbs leading this one 6-3. Roswell High coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
First America Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the top of the 5th inning, Hobbs scored 2 runs on 2 hits. Roswell committed no errors. Hobbs left nobody on base, and we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Hobbs leading this one 6-3. Tarin Morales Lucero, number 2, 3, and 4 up to the plate, and Tarin's first pitch comes in. It's a ball for 1-0 count on Tarin. She hit a double and scored her last time up, and walked and got thrown out at second, trying to steal her first time up. So she's 1 for 2. And second pitch is also a ball, so 2-0 the count. Nobody out, nobody on. Morales on deck, Lucero in the hole. Ooh, and that was a good pitch on the outside corner, yes. A little nice breaking ball with some speed by Medina. 2-1 the count. It's Tarin, first baseman. Swings and a hot shot down the third base line. It stays fair. Coming in is Cameron Harrison. She's going to throw to second base. Nice throw and a nice stop by Harrison out in left field, but does not get Tarin, who is able to get in on her feet to second base. So a double, a stand-up double for Tarin. And Roswell High has a runner in scoring position with no outs, bringing up Sarai Morales, your shortstop, to the plate. Tarin, a left-handed batter. Morales, a right-handed batter. Nobody out. Runner on second. Oh, and a screamer is going to go foul over beyond the Hobbs dugout. So a cut at that. Morales way in front of it. Both of these teams becoming very aggressive at the plate. They are swinging right away at pitches that they see for the most part. Not a lot of pitches thrown in the last 2 innings. So 0-1 the count now. And that's going to be a high fly ball coming under. It's Cameron Harrison in left field. She makes the play, hangs on to it for out 1, and Tarin stays put at second base. So a fly out to Harrison, and that was a good play. That ball hung up in the air for a little while, and she was able to move under it, hang on to it for the first out. 1 out, 1 on. Lucero at the plate. Ornelas in the hole. Marquez, or rather Ornelas on deck. Marquez in the hole. If they get that far, Hobbs would like to shut things down before they do. Of course, with that would have to mean a double play ball if they they can get. There are no outs, so there was one out, so they would need to get the next 2 outs. And a little pop headed over to second base. Coming under that's Boyle. So a little pop out by Lucero to position 4 for out number 2 brings Ornelas to the plate. Bats in the 5th position. Bella Ornelas, your right fielder, struck out her last. Oh, she struck out her both times at the plate in this game. So she is 0 for 2. Although Roswell High would probably say she's due. That is outside for ball number 1. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 outs, 1 on, runner on second. Ornelas, swing and a miss. So 1-1 count on Ornelas. As it is, of course, completely dark here. That wind is still blowing from right to left. Oh, and there's a little shot's going to go foul. Out into left field, little line drive foul shot. Past the third baseman, Candace Harrison, trying to stretch over. She didn't have time or room to be able to go get that. So strike 2, 1-2 the count. 2 outs and 1 runner on. Hobbs would like to keep it that way, keep that runner from scoring. And there's a high fly ball. That's going to be trouble. It hits between right and center. It's going to score 1. And sliding into second is Ornelas. So she's got an RBI double and cuts the lead by Hobbs down to just 2 runs, makes it 6-4. So an RBI double puts Ornelas at second, brought Tarin in, and brings up Marquez with 2 outs and 1 runner on second. So Hobbs needs to shut things down if they can right here. And that pitch is going to be low for ball number 1. So Medina. Yeah, Marquez had a solo home run her first time up. She grounded out to third base her second time up, and she fouls that one back for strike 1. A good cut, but cut a little under that ball, spun it back a little late and a little under it. Just a tiny bit late. Her timing was not very far off. And that is going to be inside. That's going to be a wild pitch as Rodriguez loses it in the dirt. But I think she got a piece of that, so I guess they're going to send her back to second. So what happened? Huh. Okay. Interesting. Okay then. So what are we gonna call that? I guess a strike. So 2 runners on first and second. Two outs. With runners on first and second. So hit batter. And Aragon at the plate. So 2 outs, 2 on, runners at first and second. And that's going to hit the inside corner for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. 2-1 on Aragon. 2 outs, 2 on. And ground ball hit to the shortstop, Harrison. Candace bobbles that. It goes through her legs past her and scores 1. And then they say that they got her they got the third baseman. Did they say she's safe? He was holding up both hands, so he said, I thought he was indicating at first that she was out, but Hobbs faithful, I guess, thinking that she was out. But Ornelas comes across the plate. Marquez makes it safely to third, and Aragon reaches on an E6. So runners at the corners now, as now we're back to a 6-4, still your score. 2 outs. 2 runs have crossed in this. There was a run by Roswell High in the second, a run in the third. Now 2 runs in this bottom of the 5th inning. And now, what is the umpire behind the plate is saying that that Aragon, they let Aragon take second. The umpire is explaining things to Coach Crossland. So Marquez is on third, and Aragon. Okay. I think they called time. Lady Coyotes. There was some question about whether the runner should be at second or whether time was called in time, but evidently not so. Runners at second and third now, and that brings up Hernandez, the pitcher, to the plate. First pitch is a call on the inside corner, call strike. So still 2 outs. 0-1 the count. Bottom of the 5th inning here. 6-4 your score. 6-5 rather is your score. That's what I thought just a few minutes ago. I thought that was the case. 6-5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. 1 run in the first inning, 1 run in the second inning, 1 run in the third inning, and now 2 in the 5th inning for Roswell. Makes it 6-5. And a call, strike 3 on Hernandez. Puts her down, so a strikeout ends the threat by Roswell High, but not before they put 2 runs across. 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error and 2 left on base. And that shaves the lead by Hobbs back down to 1 run. 6-5 your score. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs leading this one, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And in the bottom of the 5th inning, Roswell was able to put across 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error and a one hit batter, and 2 left on base. So we go to the top of the 6th inning as Hobbs has 6 runs on the board. Roswell High has 5. A nice, tight, close game as Hobbs put 3 runs across in the 2nd inning, 1 in the 3rd, and then 2 in the 5th. And now here we are in the top of the 6th with the batters 6, 7, and 8 in the Hobbs order up. That's Bennett, Rodriguez, and Harrison. Hobbs needing to pad that lead again because Roswell was able to get those runs back that Hobbs scored in their last at-bat. So here we are, 6-5. And Bennett, the designated hitter or player, up to the plate. And a hit, but it goes foul down the third base line. Coach Crossland going to pick that one up. Strike 1. So 17-1 was your final score. I don't know if I ever got that out or not. In the first of a doubleheader, Lovington at Portales. Lovington losing that one, but hopefully doing better in that second game in Portales. TJ Miracle texting me that that score. I haven't heard any more There are other games tonight. Eunice baseball in Eunice and Eunice and Jowl softball in Jowl. Don't know how those games have been going. A swing and another foul down the left field line. That one sharply hit. Is going to roll all the way to the fence. But, of course, foul, so a long strike two. 0-2 on Bennett now. As Hobbs needs base runners and then timely hitting to bring them home and increase their one-run lead. Not enough to feel comfortable for sure. Not the way this game has gone with Roswell High. And a change up. She waits on it, a high fly ball, and coming over from left field is Lucero to make the grab and hang on to it. So Bennett gave it a ride and a try, but a fly out to left field is the first out for Hobbs, and that is going to bring Rodriguez, the catcher, up to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 6th, Hobbs leading 6-5. And Amaya Rodriguez, the catcher, she had a fly out to right fielder last time up, had a 2 RBI double, and got stranded her first time up. She's 1 for 2 in this game. And that's going to be high. In fact, so high, Marquez reaches for it, goes over her head to the backstop. Nobody on. So 1-0 the count. So Rodriguez at the plate, left-handed batter, and that's going to be low and outside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count. Hobbs looking for a runner, or Amaya Rodriguez is certainly capable of parking one. If she got a good pitch that she could sail out of here, Hobbs could use a solo homer as well. That's going to be outside for ball 3, so 3-0 the count. Cameron Harrison is on deck. Candace Harrison in the hole for Hobbs. And then it's back to the top of the order. If Hobbs lasts that long, they certainly want to, and then they need to, as they are 1 run ahead. And that is going to be a little outside for ball 4. So Rodriguez takes her base, brings up Harrison. Harrison grounded out to third base her last time up. She had a sac fly RBI her first time up. So she's 0 for 2. 1 out. And there will be a courtesy runner for Rodriguez, the catcher, over at first. That's usually Cammie Bennett for her. I think it is. So Bennett over on first, courtesy runner. 1 out, 1 on. And that's going to be outside for ball number 1. Marquez able to leap up and grab that one. Otherwise, Bennett would have been sitting on second base, probably on a pass ball. So Harrison, a right-handed batter, trying to move the runner around or in. There's a hit straight up the plate, and that is a double play as Morales came over, made the play, hit the bag, and then threw over to first in time. So a double play neatly turned by Roswell High. Credit where credit's due, as Harrison tried but hit into a double play to end the inning. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Hobbs leading by 1 run, 6-5. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
The team of Hobbs Rental Valve Services is proud to support the Eagles in sports and academics. Hobbs Rental provides competitive valve services, relief valve, vent valve, and thief hatch maintenance. DR certified and ISN approved. When you need the job done right the first time, call Hobbs Rental Valve Service 393-3085, 393-3085. Hobbs Rental Valve Service, 814 West Marland, is a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Go Eagles!
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball in the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs scored no runs on no hits. There were no errors and nobody left on base. A nicely turned double play in Hobbs' attempt to increase their lead. So they are ahead, but by 1 run, 6-5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And we come in at the bottom of the order for Roswell High. Number 2, Alexia Estrada, your second baseman, up at the plate. So bottom of the 6th. No outs, nobody on. And the first pitch is going to go foul, a long foul ball for a long strike one. So 0-1 the count here, bottom of the 6th, as Roswell High trails by 1. Hobbs wants to get him out efficiently. That's going to be ball 1. So 1-2 the count now on Estrada. 1-2 the count. Nobody on, nobody out. First batter up, swing, and a ground ball is going to get between third and second. Young put a glove down but could not get it in time. So a sharply hit ball puts Estrada on with a single. Little single ground ball. Esquivel, top of the order for Roswell. So a timeout is called as Crossland's going to go out to the circle and talk a little bit as the potential tying run is on first. The potential go-ahead run is at the plate. Top of the order, no outs. And Crossland, I guess, just wanting to maybe just settle things down, kind of maybe chill the momentum Roswell High's got going right now. So no outs and 1 runner on. 6-5, Hobbs leading this one, but here in the top of the 6th inning, Hobbs is going to have to be really tough and try to get these outs and keep Roswell from tying it up and going ahead. No outs, 1 on. And that comes in, a call, strike, a nice fastball right over the center of the plate as Medina bears down. 0-1. No outs, 1 runner on. 0-1 the count. Top of the order for Roswell. That is low in the dirt. And in fact, Rodriguez loses that, goes behind her, and that's going to advance Estrada. So Estrada moves over to second. And on that dirt ball, so moves on the pass ball. 1-1 the count now. 1-1 the count. No outs. 1 runner on. In scoring position for Roswell now. Tying run sitting on second. Hobbs needs to try to keep that from happening. Get these outs. There's a foul back to the screen for strike 2. So evens up the count 2-2 now. So 2-2 is the count. As Roswell High poised to try to tie this up, maybe take the lead. Hobbs needs to keep them from doing that. And that pitch comes in high to bring the count full. So 3-2. Don't want to give Roswell High anything. Going to have to try to make them take whatever they get. You can't give it to them. And that is going to be low and outside for ball 4 as Esquivel on first, Estrada on second, no outs. Tarin up to the plate. Tarin, your first baseman, hit a double and scored her last time up, hit a double and scored her second time up, walked and got thrown out her first time up. She's 2 for 3, and the first pitch is going to be a call, strike one. So no outs, 2 on. Tarin, left-handed batter, looks at that one, and it's going to be a little outside and low. So 1-1 is the count now on Tarin. Runners at first and second for Roswell High. Hobbs leading this one 6-5. And that is going to be outside as well. So I think everybody waited to see what the ump would say about that one, because it looked pretty close. So 2-1 is the count. And there's a well-hit ground ball between short and third. That's going to score one. The throw comes in. The pitcher to Medina, or to the third baseman, actually, to Young. Sorry about that. So the throw into Young, but there is no play on it. So we are tied. And that is, we're definitely going to have a pitching change here. And I'll try to catch who that is coming in to pitch. We'll take a timeout for the pitching change. And that is going to be number 3. That is Bennett getting back on the mat. Nope. That is, yeah, that is number 3. Coming back to the mound. So, no, that is. Okay, well, we'll take the time out while she does her warm-up pitches. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Insurance. Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball, as we do have a pitching change, and I was just looking to make sure that is number 3. That's Kinsey Bennett, who pitched the first game for Hobbs, although that game only went 3 innings, as it was a 19-0 run rule win by Hobbs. So Bennett on the mound in relief of Medina, and Roswell High has tied it up 6-6, and the first pitch is going to be outside for ball 1. So Morales up to the plate as a ground ball, a double, an RBI double by Tarin. Or an RBI single, that is, for Tarin. So you've got Esquivel out on second. You've got Tarin on first. Morales at the plate. And a swing and a miss. She went after that one. So that was a swing and a miss. So 2-1 is the count now. 2-1. Esquivel out on second. She walked. Tarin with an RBI single. And that's a pop-up. That's a fly. That could be trouble. And it is, as it falls in shallow left field. But it looked like all the base runners kind of had to wait, as coming in for it, Chavez came in on it, and Harrison went back for it. But that ball, it was just it's a single. So a single loads up the bases, puts Morales on first, Esquivel is on third, Tarin on second, and that brings up number 4, the cleanup hitter for Roswell High, number 6, Jasmine Lucero, your left fielder, to the plate. Bases loaded, no outs. And there is a high fly ball heading out to center field. It's right center. Nobody could get to it. And that is going to score, yep, just a little, like you say, a little Texas leaguer. It kind of just fell in the right place as players heading for it, trying to get it, but it was in shallow left-right field. So that's an RBI single for Lucero. Moves all the runners around. They're loaded again. There's a high fly ball headed out to center field. Chavez under it. She catches it, throws in, and it's going to be Tarin tagging up and coming in on Ornelas with an RBI, a sac fly RBI for the first out. So a fly out to center field. And Emily Marquez, the catcher, up to the plate. So now Roswell High has the 2-run lead. They came into this at bat trailing by 1. They've put 3 across, so it is 8-6 right now with bases, runners on first and second. And Marquez at the plate with a 2-0 count. So 1 out, 2 on, runners on first and second. A 2-0 count on Marquez as Roswell High has taken the lead, 8-6, and that's going to be outside for ball 3. So 3-0 the count. Runners on first and second, 3-0. Marquez looking at this, and that's going to hit the outside corner as Bennett throws a little bit of a curve with some heat and hits it. 3-1 the count now. 1 out, runners on first and second. Hobbs needs to shut things down right here, work on getting the outs. Outs number 2 and 3. Oh, and that's going to get away from her on the outside. You just got to put it over the plate and try to let your fielders handle it. If they don't or can't, then that's going to load the bases. That's not such a bad thing for Hobbs. If number 12, Yadira Aragon, your third baseman, hits on the ground someplace that's fieldable, there's a force on any base and double playable possible. Bases loaded, 1 out. And that's going to be a foul ball. Is it foul or fair? Did she touch it when it was fair? Nope, foul ball. Everybody goes back. So the ball was out. Yeah, the ball was in foul territory. And Young was standing what looked to us in fair territory, although the chalk line has been obliterated down there. And that's going to just miss. Just miss outside. So 1-1 the count. 1 out, bases loaded. Roswell leading 8-6. And that's going to miss low and outside for ball number 2. Bennett just needs to find the zone, although she needs to throw something that maybe Aragon will keep on the ground, or a pop or a line drive that could be easily hit. And that is going to be a little pop infield over to Young, and nobody advances. So runners all stay put, and the little pop out to Young at third base for the second out sends Aragon to the bench and brings up Hernandez, the pitcher. And with this, Roswell has batted around now with this batter, and a ground ball headed to shortstop, and Candace Harrison, picks it up, throws it over to Young for the third out. So 6-5 on the third out, and Hobbs finally gets that third out, but not before Roswell puts 3 runs across and takes the lead 8-6. So we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Roswell was able to put 3 runs across, surge ahead of Hobbs 8-6. They had 3 runs on 5 hits. There were no errors and 3 left on base technically, since that last batter actually reached on a fielder's choice, but the runner from second to third was put out. So 8-6 is your score. Hobbs needing to score 2 to tie it up and 3 to go ahead here. And if Roswell High is able to get them out before Hobbs can do that, it'll be ball game. So Hobbs has got to have runs. And the first pitch is in. Yeah, it's the bottom of the order. Candace Harrison up for Hobbs. Harrison, your shortstop. And she looks at the second one. It's high and outside for ball number 2. So here in the top of the 7th inning, 2-0 the count. As Hobbs is trailing 8-6, they've got to have at least 2 runs to tie it up, and otherwise the game is over. And a call, strike 1, 2-1 the count. As Roswell, if you look at it from their perspective, they're 3 outs away from a win in the second of a doubleheader here. Hobbs needs 2 runs at least to tie it up, and shows bunt briefly and then pulls the bunt back, and it's going to be right and outside. 3-1 is the count now on Harrison, as Cameron Harrison, the eighth position batter, batted and hit into a double play, and that brings up Harrison. The little dribbler over to third base, Aragon picks it up and fires to first for the first out, 5-3. So Hobbs down to 2 outs to make 2 runs happen. Top of the order, Boyle comes up. So 1 out, nobody on. As Hobbs only has 2 outs to work with now to try to get 2 runs across and at least tie things up. Otherwise, it's ball game over. And they split with Roswell in this doubleheader district opener. Hobbs wants to be able to move ahead, and that's a call, strike 1 on Boyle. So 0-1 the count. As Hobbs would like to come up with a couple of runs at least and keep this going. Roswell would like to get out sufficiently and split the doubleheader. And that's a changeup as Hernandez took some off of it, but it floated a little too high and outside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count, little changeup, didn't find the zone, and did not get Boyle to chase either. Boyle is pretty tough at bat usually. And there's a long fly ball. Is it out of here? It's out of here. It's gone. A solo homer. A solo out of the park shot by Boyle. Solid between center and left field. And that makes it, it's a 1-run ball game now. As 8-7, your score. And Boyle makes it a one-run game just like that. A solo homer. It certainly would have been nice for Hobbs somehow to have been able to have that batter. If Harrison had been able to get on, then this game would have been tied right now. But Harrison was thrown out. And so it is 8-7. And Jimenez up to the plate. Bats in the second slot for Hobbs, plays right field. She hit a single and scored for Hobbs her last time up. So here we are, down. It's a nail biter. This second game is very, very tight. One out, nobody on. First pitch is in. It's going to be a ball. So 1-0, the count on Jimenez. And this pitch is going to come in inside. So 2-0 is the count now. Yep, 2-0, one out, nobody on. Hobbs trailing by 1 run. They need to get at least one more to tie it up and keep the game going. If they can't, it's game over. That's going to be ball 3 outside. So 3-0 the count. 1 out, nobody on here. A 1-run game. Hobbs, very capable at the bat. If they can keep their composure and simply do what they know they can do, get up there, and that is going to be ball 4. So Jimenez takes the walk, puts her on first base. So 1 out, 1 on. Chavez up to the plate now, your center fielder. So 1 out still, 1 out, 1 on. The potential tying run on first, the potential go-ahead run at the plate. And a swing and a line drive shot is going to land. And center fielder is Esquivel coming over and making the play on that and the throw in. But Chavez hits a single. And Jimenez on second, Chavez on first, and Garcia coming up to the plate. Carissa Garcia, who has, she had a 2-run home run her last time up. A 2-run homer her last at-bat. She was hit by a pitch and scored her first time up. And there's a high fly ball. Is it out of the park? Is it over? Is it over? It is! It's gone! As Carissa Garcia hits a 2-run home run, her second one of the game. And Hobbs has gone ahead 9-8. A 2-run home run by Carissa Garcia on the first pitch she saw. And, man, that is, oh, that's a 3-run home run. I said 3. It's actually... That's a 3-run home run because Jimenez was on second, Chavez was on first, and so a 3-run home run, and that means it's 10-8. 10-8, yes, as Jimenez crossed, Chavez crossed, and Garcia with her victory lap. 4 runs across the plate as Hobbs came into this top of the 7th inning needing at least 2 to tie. And now they've gone ahead by 2, and that brings up Young to the plate. So just 1 out still, and she's hit by a pitch, so she takes the base. And coming up is Kinsey Bennett. Kinsey started off as just the designated player, designated hitter in this game, but she went in relief pitching, and so she pitched the first game. And now she is batting. So 1 out, just 1 out, 1 runner on first. And Bennett shows bunt. And let's see, did she batted at it. It's well, they're going to call it a ball. Okay, I thought she left her bat down 2. I mean, we'll take it, you bet. But looking at it, I thought she left the bat down, but it was the pitch was a ball. So 1-0 the count. And that is going to be low and inside for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. 2-0 the count. 1 run on. That's Young out on first after the 3-run home run. The 3-run home run cleaned off the bases and surged Hobbs ahead by 2. And that's going to hit the dirt for 3 balls. 3-0 the count. 1 out. That's it. 1 out. A runner on first. Hobbs leading by 2 here in the top of the 7th. And Bennett up at the plate. And that is going to be outside, and that should be ball 4. Yes, it is. Oh, and the throw down to second base is a little bit lazy. So, yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, I thought it was a ball. I thought he called it a ball. Yeah, I thought he called it a ball. So that moves Young to second base. And Bennett takes the walk on first. I didn't think it was a wave. I thought he was waving that it was a ball. There's a high fly ball in foul territory, though. No, it's a foul ball. It's foul. It's a foul ball. The runners are going to have to go back. Yeah, it's a foul ball. It was pretty clearly a foul. Now, it was a good chase by Lucero over there in left field, but it just becomes a long strike. So there was some confusion as a lot of folks here in the booth thought that the umpire had called a strike on that 4th pitch on Bennett, and the umpire said that it was a walk. So Rodriguez with a strike on her, and that's going to be a ball. 1-1 the count now on on Maya Rodriguez. And Rodriguez at the plate, number 20, Amaya Rodriguez, your catcher. And that's going to be outside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count, just 1 out. And Hobbs leading now 10-8 here in the top of the 7th inning. So runners at first and second, 1 out. Rodriguez at the plate. And that is going to be a call strike. Call strike. I think it's a strike. 2-2. I'm like you. I think he indicated a strike. He's not really clear on some of these, but I think it was a strike. So 2-2. And a high fly ball to shallow center field. Esquivel coming under it. She's got it. Grabs it, keeps it. And so a fly out to center field is the 2nd out. And brings up Cameron Harrison to the plate. Cameron Harrison. And with Harrison, Hobbs has now batted around in this at-bat. Next up will be Candace Harrison on deck, and Boyle in the hole if Hobbs gets that far. They would like to. 2 outs, 2 on, runners on first and second. Harrison up to the plate, and a ground ball is hit up the middle and stopped, and a 4 unassisted as the second baseman gets that and steps on first, actually lays on first, I think, and makes that unassisted out at second base. So 4 unassisted for the 3rd out, but not before Hobbs puts 4 runs on the board. 4 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. 4 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 left on base. So we will be back with the bottom of the 7th inning. Hobbs leading this one 10-8. And we'll have more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube, and HobbsAmerica.com.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball. As in the top of the 7th inning, Hobbs is able to put on 4 runs across on 3 hits. There were no errors committed to left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning with a Roswell High at bat. They trail by 2, 10-8 your score. And first up is Alexis Estrada, your second baseman. So strike 2 on her. So no outs, of course. Bottom of the 7th. 1-2 the strike now on Estrada. 1-2. And that's going to be outside and even up the count. 2-2 now. 2-2 the count. A 2-run lead by Hobbs. Roswell has got to come up with a couple of runs and at least tie it here. They're in the same position Hobbs was in the top of the 7th when it began. And that's going to be called strike 3 on the outside corner. A strikeout for 1 out. And that brings the top of the order back up with Emily Esquivel. Esquivel, your leadoff batter for Roswell High, is up. She walked and across the plate her last time up. And she had a line drive out to shortstop her third plate appearance. Grounded out her second plate appearance, and she shows bunt here, but she meets it a little too hard and pops it back foul for strike number 1. So 0-1 the count. 1 out, strikeout by Bennett. And 0-1 the count. So 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. Roswell High batting. They trail by 2. They've got to get 2 runs minimum to keep this game going. If they don't, it's game over and a win for Hobbs. A bunt again, lays it down, but hits the end of the bat. Does not square around in time to deaden the ball. She hit it off the end and ends up with a strike. So 2 attempted bunts, 2 fouls, 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. 1 out, nobody on, as Roswell trying to just get runners on and at least tie it up and force the game to continue. And that's going to be outside for ball number 1. 1-2 the count. As we're here in the bottom of the 7th inning, it's do or die time, as Roswell High has got to find a way to score 2 runs to tie this one up and keep this game going. If they score 3, of course, it would be a walk-off win. But Hobbs wants to keep them from doing that. There's strike number 3. So out number 2, strike out. And 2 outs, nobody on now. Bottom of the 7th, Hobbs is 1 out away from winning this second game of the doubleheader and sweeping Roswell High in their district opener. But you cannot count Roswell High out yet. They're a capable team, and Tarin is up to the plate. Tarin had an RBI double and scored, a double and scored, a double and scored. She has crossed the plate 3 times and she had an RBI single her last time up, that is, and 2 doubles. So she's 3 for 4 today. A really great game at the bat for Roswell High, but Hobbs would like to shut her down, and she fouls it off for strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Tarin. Hobbs 2 strikes away, and that's going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count, 2 outs, nobody on, as Hobbs wants to keep Roswell High from getting a 2-out rally started, and that's exactly what Roswell High wants to do, is get a 2-out rally started and come up with at least 2 runs to tie it. Hobbs wants to shut it down, and that's going to be a ball. So Bennett needs to just settle back down, not think about where you are in the game, just think about the batter and the pitches and the strikes. So 2-1 is the count, rather. 2-1. 2-1. And Bennett with ball 3 outside. So Bennett needs to just bring it back in, throw a strike, get it in the zone. That's her teammates are gathered around her in the circle now, just saying, calm down, settle down, throw the strike. Now Rodriguez is going to go out and tell her, hey, we've got 2 outs. Let's just calm things down, throw the strike, put it in the zone, trust your fielders, and try to not give Tarin something that she can launch. But she also doesn't want to walk her and put her on. Once she does, she's got the potential tying run at the plate if she walks Tarin and puts her on. So Bennett under pressure to throw the strike, and she does. I think that probably would have been a strike, but Tarin spoils it off to the left, brings the count full. So here we are, 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the 7th, full count, and Bennett again under pressure to try to keep Tarin from getting on base. And there it is, calls. Oh no, it's ball 4. As he says, take the walk, ball 4. Tarin is walked. And just what Hobbs didn't want to do, although that was close. That was a ball that was close, and Bennett's a little. Bennett thought that might have been a strike. As she came off the mound, she was a little disappointed at that call. She thought that she had it, but it was a walk. So still 2 outs, 1 on. That brings Sarai Morales, your shortstop, up to the plate. So Crossland also taking the opportunity to walk out, just calm things down. So Morales coming up to the plate. Roswell, the potential tying run at the plate right now, as Morales, who pitched the first game, that 19-0 win by Hobbs, and now has played shortstop in this game, up to the plate. 2 outs, 1 on, and a hit right up the middle is a base hit, and Chavez comes in on it, makes the play and the throw in, but that single puts runners on first and second now for Roswell. The potential winning run is at the plate in the form of Jasmine Lucero, the cleanup hitter for Roswell High. She had an RBI single her last time up, an RBI single and a single. She's 3 for 4 in this game so far. 10-8, Hobbs up by 2. Bottom of the 7th, and there's a base hit up the middle. Again, Chavez going to come in on it as the throw comes. Oh, beautiful throw. Wow. As Chavez makes the stop and the throw right on target to Rodriguez right in front of the plate to keep everybody on. So a single by Lucero loads the bases. Now you've got 2 outs, bases loaded. There is a force on any base, but Hobbs up by 2, 10-8, and Roswell needs 2 to tie it, 3 to win it. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and that is going to be a call. Strike 1, 0-1 the count on Ornelas. So 0-1 the count. Hobbs leading by 2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 0-1 count on Ornelas, a right fielder. Had an RBI sac flyer last time up, and that is going to be a ball as 1-1. That came in a little outside. So evens the count, 1-1. as Bennett just needs to put it over the plate, just throw strikes and trust your fielders. It will be what it is, and that is going to be inside for ball 2. 2-1 the count as Bennett under pressure to throw strikes. Needs to pretend it's a 3-0 count, and she just needs to find the zone. Bases loaded, a force on any base. And that pitch is going to be a strike. A call strike on the outside corner evens things up. So 2-2, Hobbs down to their final. Hobbs is 1 strike away from winning this one, but also Roswell High is 3 runs away from winning it. And a chopper over to the shortstop, a scoop over from 6-4 for the 3rd out, and Hobbs wins it 10-8 final score as Roswell High threatens and comes up short. 10-8, a victory and a sweep of Roswell High in this doubleheader to open their season with a 2-0 season record. Hobbs winning this one 10-8, winning the first one 19-0. So 2 road wins for Hobbs, and that is going to mean that Hobbs is going to improve to 8-8 overall on the season and 2-0 in district. So we will be back to wrap things up. We'll take a couple of minutes to come back and talk about this one as a win for Hobbs. It was an exciting one, went down to the wire, down to the very last pitch, but Hobbs escapes with a 10-8 win, and we'll be back to wrap it up right here from Roswell with Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
We know that you want to make the most out of your time. At Lee County State Bank, we believe banking should be quick and easy. That's why we're proud to provide video banking to our customers. Save time and a trip to the bank and meet with a video banker instead. Getting started is easy. Download the LCSB Connect app, create a profile, bank from anywhere. Not a customer yet? No problem. You can use a video banking app to open an account too. Download the app today and start banking from anywhere.
Visit onlinelcsb.com. Lee County State Bank, member FDIC. NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. For all your grocery specials, shop Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs. The best deals in fresh produce, fresh meat and vegetables, frozen and dairy, health and beauty, and so much more. With the friendliest and most knowledgeable staff, Thriftway and La Tienda. For all your grocery specials, come on down to La Tienda, 400 East Marland, and Thriftway, 1317 North Turner in Hobbs. Best of luck, Eagles, from all of your friends at Thriftway and La Tienda grocery stores.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
First America Bank believes success.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
Forest Tire cares about your time. You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
And welcome back to the wrap-up of this one, as Hobbs has won both of their games today here at Roswell High. So they have swept the Lady Coyotes. The first game was 19-0 in 3 innings. The second game was a nail-biter. It went down to the last out, the last pitch of the last out of the bottom of the 7th. The final 10-8, Hobbs winning. And here's how they won. They scored 10 runs on 8 hits. They committed 1 error, left 4 on base. And for Roswell High, they had 8 runs on 13 hits, commit 1 error, left 12 on base. And they, with the 2 losses, now they go to 11-5 overall in the season, 0-2 in district. Hobbs moves to exactly 50% on the season at 8-8 and 2-0 in district. Up next, Hobbs will be at home on Friday night, and I'll be there with that district doubleheader on Friday at Hobbs, and that is going to do things and wrap things up in this doubleheader tonight. So sort of an improbable, very odd game in that first one, 19-0, and the second one, 10-8, both victories for Hobbs. And safe travels to all of the Hobbs, the team and the fans here for this one. A beautiful evening for baseball, for softball or baseball. We did have some baseball around Lee County as well on our family of stations, and we'll talk about that on sports tomorrow morning. So with that, we're going to put a wrap on it tonight and call this one done. 2 wins for Hobbs, and congratulations to Coach Crossland and the Lady Eagles. And until Friday night, we will be back right here with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Good evening.